Good evening, everyone. I realize I'm starting a bit later than I normally would on a Monday, but I'm actually very tired. I'm gonna try and not let that affect the stream too much. But I am probably gonna want to try and take it easy today, just because I've been running a bit hot. Not on the stream side, but for everything else, it's catching up with me. I also am only partially done this week's YouTube episode, so I'm going to need a minute to... I think I'm actually going to take a minute here and make sure that I've got the proper save before I... Yeah, I want to make sure I've got the proper save done before I jump into the next episode. But these small inconveniences aside, I'm looking forward to playing more Book of Hours. And like I said, I'm tired and it's been a rough weekend, so I'm probably not going to go extremely late. But it is a regular streaming day. So, all right, let's see. Well, first of all, yes. Sorry, let me just see what YouTube episode I'm on to. Okay. That would have been very sad if I lost the progress in the if I'd lost the progress on the YouTube run. Now, unfortunately, this means I'm going to probably forget all the stuff that I wanted to do in the YouTube run, and I have definitely lost track in terms of where we are on this run. But let's start by talking. By introducing the game proper. This is Book of Hours by Weather Factory. They very kindly gave me a key, not just for the beta, but also for broadcasting purposes. So I think a number of you are here specifically because of things like the Steam stream and such. I think most of you already know about this relationship, but it is always good to just be upfront about these things. So there you have it. Now, there is actually one thing I'd like to take a note of starting off, because I remember I opened a box which had an earthquake name in it. And if Numa comes, I'm not really going to be able to do much with it. But the fact that it exists tells me that I want to be looking rather carefully at some of my scale recipes. Another thing that's worth considering is, hello Whisperfire, how are you doing? I know you're looking forward for me to watch your videos. I have actually not even had the time to record all of my own, so I know that is a thing that you're looking for. I unfortunately am still not on top of all the things that I want / need to do. Just thought I'd get that out of the way at the start. But yeah, if memory serves, we finished all of the boxes inside here. I haven't really been looking at how to possibly generate metal, which is one thing that I would like to follow up on. Oh, that's right. We also have some Dawn period books to catalog. That will be good. When we can make a Super Timothy again, I think we actually already have the... Yes, we do have the relevant item. We can kind of pick that up whenever we want. And yeah, unless something kind of happens with the sagging dock. Well, okay, hang on. Let's roll back for a second here. I have an opportunity to do things with scale, so let's just see what we can put together here. Okay, so we can only get up to 14. We need 15 for the keeper recipe. But the earth sign helps, so what kind of a... I guess I don't have an instrument that takes nectar or scale, so that doesn't work. But perhaps there is an altar that might give us something. This wouldn't have scale, though. I'm trying to think if we would have an altar that would have scale. Okay. I don't normally like kind of brute forcing things like this, but I am curious. Aha. Okay, so I think we already have the old moment. Yeah, so I don't want to spend the whole... Thank you, yeah. I don't want to spend the whole stream sort of cataloging all of the different recipes that I have, but I would be interested in seeing what I can find for, specifically for scale. Yeah, so we haven't made the old moment yet. Actually, hang on. So pentiments and precursors is one that I haven't explored yet. Alright, so add an egg. Serpents and venoms. A liquid with my hallowed tears to clarify it into a knock potion. That's glassfinger toxin. That's unexpected. I might be able to actually experiment with that, but I won't do that now. Okay, now apparently I didn't have the Hill and Hollow one. Okay, Wolf Stories next. Olaf, good to see you. How you doing? I'll talk about the day's strategy, but this is actually a really nice chance for me to catch up on... this is a nice chance for me to just sort of find out what a few of these recipes do. I don't think I have Inks of Power. I noticed that in my list, but even though it seems like we have a lot of, skills, we really don't. We're still missing a few. There's one that I have actually seen in a screenshot, but I've never gotten in the game. And then there is at least one that I know exists, but we haven't picked up yet. Okay, Path and Pilgrim. And then Furs and Feathers is the last one. Or is it? Do I know Coiling Chasm? Yes, apparently we had wood for that one. Okay. Well, that gives me something to think about, but I don't think I want to use up an earthquake name to generate something kind of less than. I'll probably wind up waiting until Numa to use this thing, to be honest, because I'm trying to think what kind of scale task I have that, that I really need. But in this case, simply establishing the existence of something like the earthquake name is actually quite helpful. Just because, I just kind of wasn't aware. So, what else do I want to do? We do have this kind of this mystery here in terms of the chancel. What I'd written down was the open head. So, methodically fills a church with candles, strips to the waist to reveal his scars. His chest opens to reveal a blood-drenched book. So, the original idea would have been that we would have something like Disciplines of the... actually, hang on. Now I actually have... Yeah, so we've got Levitic Tincture. I was just thinking... Oh, actually, that was Disciplines of the Hammer, so I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. But it still just gives us... it gives us pretty conventional upgrades. Escape Reflection doesn't, yeah. So, I'm just trying to think of any other references to scars or what the, yeah. Like, again, I can throw every, like, Moth, Winter, and Edge combination that I have at this, but I don't quite think that's the way to go about it. Already tried that, we tried that. And I'd be astonished if it was Hike, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to reconcile. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Great Signs and the Great Scars doesn't really help me here. So it's difficult to reconcile what I saw in the film with sort of the information it gave me here, but it's fair to say, like, the more I can keep trying and doing the same thing over and hoping that I get a different result. It may just be that I have to try all of the different skills at some point because I'm not able to work something else out. But I've already got a few of the texts which, in the end didn't really, like, I don't have the language for it, so I'm not too fussed about it right now. Okay, so there's the chancel, there's the find out how to get an earthquake name question. There's the how do I get an easy glass finger actually, it's not even glass finger toxin at this point. It's I'm just waiting on a foggy day, I think. Because if I take Edict's Liminal, you can basically take any old glass finger toxin here and add a Shapt, we're 3 down. I suppose I could make a name day riddle, but of course that has its own cost in terms of elements of the soul. So no, and then the name day riddle I think is Moth. Yeah, 3 Moth, 2 Knock. So even then, I would still need to find something else. Okay, so I can still make a Super Timothy. It's just a question in terms of when I get the next boost. Think we worked out that I'm actually just shy of what we need for Moon, and I'm trying to think what else I might be able to do to boost this, because this really could be one of these. Actually, hang on. Let's sort this out now. I know I've said that you know, Doom Nuker, I really don't appreciate that. I'm getting really tired about having to say this to people. Like, why? Like, is it not clear that... Like, I've tried to put a positive framing on this stuff as much as I can. But, like, why is it that I am not allowed to play this game the same way that everybody else does? Like, does everybody else have somebody sitting behind them telling them how to play the game? So just please stop. Okay, so if I get a none, we're at 4 Moon. I think we can only still get 2 from a memory. So we had food, which would give us 2. So apparently I only have a drink that will give me 1. That's probably true, but I'll maybe check that assumption. Nope, it won't help. Because I've tried this before, and it shouldn't be that... I shouldn't have to tell people not to come in and tell me how to play the game. If I was a larger streamer, people would never do that. But people who come into small streams and want some attention sure do. So, adding a no backseating tag will have the delightful effect of having people litigating what constitutes backseating and what I mean by my intentions. I think it's very easy to understand that the default position for people should be not to spoil things for them. Not to come in and, you know, assume that you know more than the other streamer or that they're playing the wrong way. The assumption should be that you ask and somebody, you know, somebody says, nah, you know what, I'd like to figure this out. But apparently I am a special case. I am such an idiot. I apparently drink heavily before every single stream, and people take such pity on me that I'm not even given the option, that people just feel really compelled to intervene. And every single time something like this happens, I wind up getting suggestions like add a no backseating tag, as if this is something that had never occurred to me. And I'm really, really tired of it. So I'm trying to find my miskissed water, and I think I've drank... I know it doesn't cost anything to pour it out, but... Okay, probably not worth spending too much time dragging around, so I'll just run on the assumption that I can get a 2 Moon, and then I'll verify it if the time comes. So for the base, we get the 4, 6, 8, 9. Well, okay, so the base would be 10 and then 11. So if we're on a foggy day, which, again, that's kind of a... The combination of a none and a foggy day is definitely a... that's a big ask. I'm also realizing that I really only get one shot. Oh, no, the pilchards are fine. Okay, so we're good for the food. Yeah. So from where I'm looking right now, I can get up to 13 moon, but it's 14 that we need. And that's 13 moon with me stretching everything that I've got. So this means I either need to bite the bullet and pick up an upgrade to Trist. I need to find a tool that gives me more moon, if that exists. You know, maybe my best option is just to hire the... Okay, there's actually two paths that I can take here. So one, hire the nun and see... Like, do a dress rehearsal and see how far I can take it. Number two would be to take a look at my moth recipes and say... where do I get the extra memory from, or, you know, and any of the others. One of the maddening parts is that we do in fact have something with a very high moon aspect, but it's a pigment and liquid, so not something. I don't believe these are things that the nun can use, but we can verify it. Yeah, okay. So, dress rehearsal with the nun, review my moon recipes to see if there's something I'm kind of letting go by without attention. And then, of course, my outside option is always to just keep moving with Reverend Timothy. But the fact of the matter is I am actually going to have to confront this challenge at some point. But with my existing resources, I can muster 11 moon with, assuming that the Mist-Kissed water gives us 2 moon, which I suspect it does, and getting the nun on a foggy day, that moves it up to 13. And then the question is, where do I get my one last moon from? So, the last step will be to figure out the rest of the day. I suppose it makes more sense for me to see what the weather brings. Alright, that's good. So that gets me the other sacrament. Okay, so I definitely need to add the shot, but this is... Well, okay. Then there's the follow-up challenge, which is, you know, don't I want to see if I can make things work with the nun? Okay, well, one thing that I'm not going to need today is a whist, for sure. So seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerby might be looking for employment. Now, trying to think if there's something I want to do with Reverend Timothy right now, because I like the thing for me to keep in mind is that what I have with Reverend Timothy right now is like I can do that at any given time, and there's something of an argument to be made that it's actually better for me to use my Elements of the Soul to catalog the books, and and I'm sorry. I'm sorry to get back to this thing. Having a backseat like that so early has really thrown me off. And I need to be really clear. I'm actually really close to just turning off the stream and calling it for today. I don't know if it would be better for me to take a break or what, but this is the cost of this sort of stuff. And I know, honestly, it's obvious that most of you folks don't care. But it really sucks because even when I try and do a good show, despite stuff like that, I know people wind up with a worse time as a result of it. So sorry, I'm distracted. Um, I've also lost my pen, but we'll figure that out. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry to do this. I am going to take a minute for myself. And I'm going to find that pen and hopefully I can clear my head while I do this. So for those of you, the majority of you, in fact, who didn't cause any problems, I'm sorry about this, but I'm going to hopefully make it more enjoyable to watch me. By taking a second, I will find my notes, note making implements, and then I will be back momentarily. Okay, hopefully we're clear from the ads. I actually found the pen right away. Oops. Found the pen right away, but for those of you who've been here from the start, I'm sorry. I wish I could be a little bit better at this stuff, but... okay, so I haven't really sorted out what the game plan is, but I'll do my best with what I've got. So, I think the better way for me to think about Reverend Timothy right now is to say there's nothing that I can do with him today that I can't with someone else. The other thing that I want to do is get a rough idea of how long it's going to take to do certain things. So I've never actually really timed out how long a segment of the day is, but let's say we're going to let's see if we can find out how long it takes us to get to midday. And by the time we get to midday, I'll say if we haven't found the nun, we'll just say the day will be as if we didn't have we're not using a follower. And in fact, I know it will make for a little bit of a dry start, but I'm actually just going to sit at the Sweet Bones and see what happens. I might take a glass of water and renew one of the elements of the soul just so I can have it. And again, if we get lucky and it's the nun right away, great. I don't need to worry about the rest, but I think it's 1 out of 6 in terms of if it was evenly distributed. But again, there's no guarantee saying that it is an even probability for everyone. So we'll see. They may even, and that can go both ways, right? The probability of a character that will give you a certain aspect, if they're the only one that provides the aspect, there may actually be the higher chance of them showing up. It's not necessarily always going to be something that works against you. Okay, so the Surrealist Painter doesn't help me in terms of the items that I need. We can go Faust next. And we have sort of a surplus of water, so I don't feel too bad about taking the 90 seconds. So we are 1 minute, well, a little more than 1 minute into the day, but... So just to give you an idea, from the first effort to try and recruit someone to the time that this finishes is going to be, that's actually going to be shorter than the time that it will take me to upgrade the nun with everything. So morning, the 3rd hour, when the office of Terse once was sung, watch as the day opens like a door. Okay, so we've got a passing by musician. I think I should probably just... I think I should just accept that this isn't happening today. So let's... I will make the sacrament. Although I seem to remember I found a slightly less expensive way of making it. I think the Edict's Liminal is still the way to go now. Or was it Glassfinger Toxin? So I have it in this spreadsheet. I just need to bring it all back. Yeah, so it was a Stone Stories Nectar. So not definitely not critical, but I do have a better way of getting the top knock, as it turns out. All right, induce a change in the toxin to make it more knock potent but safer. So that's 2 minutes that the Shapt's going to be knocked out. Now, with Reverend Timothy, I can use the Faust to recruit him, so it's just worth taking a second here to jot out what I would need. So I need him at 14. So he starts with 1. I'm just trying to work out what would the shortest distance for him be. So 6 from the drink, 5 from the memory. So that gets us up to 12. Okay. So I do need to get the Shapt back, but the Shapt is actually... I don't get the Shapt back in 2 minutes, so I should not be wasting that on Reverend Timothy. So we make the day a cataloging day, which is certainly not a hardship. It might be nice to use the Trist, the Voss, the Health, all those things to get a few other tasks done, but we already have a pitcher of Isle Water. I figure we might as well do the cataloging. I will make one exception, though. I'm going to use the Health at the desk first. There is a chance that these things are cursed, so I do want to do them one at a time, just in case I catch something nasty. So, Catalog a Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Hello, Matrix. I'm actually kind of stressed out, to be honest. I've been running hot over the last while, and I kind of went into the stream really, really tired, and I'm sort of feeling off of my game. But I'm also trying not to. I've been really bothered lately, actually, about how much the stream gets dragged down, about just how I'm feeling about things. So I'm trying not to focus on that as much as I can, because Book of Hours is a really wonderful game, and it's definitely worth focusing on that. The Concursum Diaries, but I hope you are doing better. Sometimes I probably need to remember that "how are you doing" is not actually a request for information, but a pleasantry. So sorry about that. That was probably more information than people wanted. The Concursum Diaries, the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. So that's an 8 Rose mystery. Now that's one I maybe want to take a look at, because we might, under certain circumstances, there may be a way that can break for us. I think our worst case was a 10. So I'm going to set that aside just to see if we can try and get clever. The next Dawn book, we'll use the Faust for that, because I have more than one. And then when it comes to... Oh, there's my Wisp. I guess I don't need to recover anything to catalog all the books now. Hello, Amenophis. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Like, I have a feeling this. I don't know if this is like a nerd thing or if this is just a me thing, but yeah, I do sometimes feel bad that, like, when people are. I've heard apparently in, was it Germany? Apparently I've heard there's. I can't remember the country, but apparently, there are at least some cultures. If you ask that question, it's kind of shocking, because it's like asking a personal question about a stranger. So it's not like the convention in English is, at least any English that I know, is usually to say, hey, how you doing? And of course the best one is, hey, how you doing? And walk away before someone can answer. But in general, Um, I think most people kind of know what's up. But yeah, I was very amused to find out that if you ask that in other countries, people like think it is a genuine request for information, and then because it's coming from a stranger who's just trying to be nice, it is all of a sudden an incredibly strange and awkward encounter. Which, on that note, there is actually one really good thing that happened, and I probably should have started off with it. Olaf will probably recognize this the most of all, but I got to see Dara Ó Briain, the Irish comedian. I guess he's London-based, but with a name like O'Brien's gotta be based from Ireland. He's definitely based from Ireland. Absolutely killed it. I'm very, very happy that I went. I am slightly miffed that the seating plan that they yeah, exactly, Matrix. When you open a new Mac, it doesn't say how are you doing. It says hello. Okay, that's good. We got a bunch of Dara Ó Briain. So yeah, he absolutely killed it. Did some great. How many of you are familiar with the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in Canada? Is anybody at all familiar with this accent? Because he had a great bit on that, which I'm assuming would only ever play with a Canadian audience. But yeah, no, just a really good one. I actually had a good bit in terms of kind of the finale, because he talked about being adopted, which I wasn't familiar with until maybe about a year from now. Yeah, so Newfoundland and Labrador it is obviously not an Irish accent, but it's an approximation of it, let's say. So he had a good bit in terms of just, pretending to be very offended at the hotel clerk, which was apparently making fun of his accent. But yeah, in any case, I wasn't as aware of his. So I first found out about him from Mock the Week because I'm fond of Frankie Boyle, which probably doesn't. I'm sure for some people that will be considered a mark against rather than a plus. But yeah, like I liked his stuff, and I know he's done some video game material as well. But he did comment on. So a large part of this show talked about his adoption process, and I was definitely not as aware of of how much this whole adoption system, let's say problem, in Ireland had sort of touched so many people. Yeah, that's actually not a bad way of putting it. Now that I think of it, Matrix Disc. And he, so somebody says like, oh, it's quite a different change for you. It's it's much more personal. And he points out that we've all been stuck in lockdown lately, so he's had 2 years of only self-reflection to work on, which is fair enough. I mean, again, I've never really seen his stand-up for an extended period of time. It's usually been him as a host. But I again, just an amazing talent. I think that goes without saying, given the sentiment in the channel. But yeah, it was just a really, really great performance. So I've noticed that there've been a couple of times I've been feeling really low, and it's always those times I wind up going to a comedy thing. And I actually don't go to a lot of comedy shows. It's usually I kind of book a ticket for something special way on in advance. And it just so happens that... So I guess the answer is I should never book comedy shows, and then I won't be struck by tragedy. But yeah, I've had a couple of cases like that. So I really, really liked... I really, really like the show, and I'm sorry. I wish I had something better to say about it, but sometimes it's enough to say, because I figure it's never going to be as fun as as if he's delivering the material. So I know better than to, to try and emulate it. But just an incredible talent, and there is something to be said for being in the room with comedy. It's very hard to describe, and I know for some people that they're not necessarily in a place where you can go out to a theater to watch a live performance, because it's costly. It costs money to maintain the theater. The performers need to make them a living. it's not necessarily a very economical way of going about it, but if you can afford it, it is really, it is one of those things that is worth doing every once in a while, even if you're kind of like me and you read the menus right to left. It is worth kind of splurging every once in a while. Yeah, that's the thing for me. Matrix is I mean it's a bit like George Carlin, but I think most people I've noticed that the problem now is that George Carlin is definitely being kind of adopted by people who he's mostly arguing against. But I mean this is true for any number of people. But in the case of Frankie Boyle, I think there is a tendency for people to, yeah, to definitely fail to appreciate the craft underneath it. And I'm a I like it. I mean, again, like any comedian, not every joke is going to land for me, but that's that's not a problem, right? Enjoy what you enjoy. One of your best memories is attending the Force Majeure show. I actually haven't seen that much Eddie Izzard, which I feel like is a black mark on my my cultural passport, but I should follow up on it. You love to go to more comedy cultural events in English, but your issue is that you live in Germany and not in Berlin. Oh man. Okay, so there was actually some fun bits about English perceptions of Germans and their inability to get. Okay, sorry. This is totally unrelated to Book of Hours, but I need a minute to cheer up. And this one I liked a lot, and I think a lot of you. I don't think you need to read between the lines a whole lot, but I think a few of you who have been in the last few streams and knowing some of the issues I'm dealing with will realize why I laughed particularly hard at this joke. So one of the bits was talking about English perceptions of German humor. There are a few German people in the audience. Oh God, I can't even remember what the was, but yeah. So like one of the first jokes was the idea of oh, you can't tell the Germans joke, they'll take it literally. And God, I'm trying to remember. There was one of the sort of the intermediate bit. So it's not going to be as funny if I can't do the intermediate bit. Anyways, for whatever it was, there's a, does some German jokes, and then at some point, yeah, I think part of it was to establish the idea of German people. Oh yeah, no, sorry, he was talking about Brexit. Now I remember, and how much they were really enjoying the Brexit jokes, and of course he's just did utterly brilliant material on that and the German reactions. And he says something to the effect of, it's like, yeah, oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if you had a word in your language for deriving enjoyment from other people's misfortune, which of course gets a laugh from the whole audience. But apparently during one of the so there was one evening when there was like one very nice German lady in the audience. And he does the Brexit material again and all of the laughs, and he delivers the punchline. He's like, wouldn't it be nice if there was a so yeah, that's the joke, is that everybody knows the famous German word for deriving pleasures from another's misery. So apparently this very nice woman raises her hand and says, oh, there is a word like that in German, Schadenfreude. And of course the joke is, she's the exception to show the stereotype of Germans not getting the humor and taking it very literally. So again, it's not as funny because I am not Dara Ó Briain, but I was particularly amused by that one. All right. But yeah. Anyways, if you get a chance to see it, I know a few of my a few of my Vancouver friends know, because he'll be arriving in Vancouver in a couple of days. But if you do get a chance to see, yeah, If you get a chance to see the show that he's doing on tour, I think it is very much worth the trip. All right, Olaf says, I'm very lucky in the town. You have a very old theater, and so many people come to it and do shows. You've seen so many people, and yeah, there is something about the atmosphere of a live show. Well, especially with comedy, because like one of the things that I also love, they don't really do it anymore, and I'll get back to Book of Hours after this. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm glad I'm glad. So in this case here, right? The joke of the bit was, of course, this incredibly nice and well-meaning. Actually, this is the other thing that I like too. I know it feels like this is more of a British thing. I don't know if this is true for I at least in terms of the Canadian comedians I've seen. But one thing I actually really appreciate about British comedy is this tendency to have some like back and forth, almost improv bits with the front row. And I've always really liked that, because I'm sure there's so many just like kind of go-to material that comes out of it, but it definitely keeps things fresh and hilarious. But one thing I remember is there was this thing. So in Ottawa, there's like probably the largest employer in Ottawa is the government, because it's the capital, right? So throw a stone and you'll hit 3 civil servants. So there was, for a while at least, this like cracking up the Capitol comedy show that they would do, and it was designed to be part of the government's, well, the government workers, right? Because the workers are not necessarily the government. But yeah, so it was like public service workers charity sort of event. So somebody gave me a flyer and I'm like, I like comedy, so I go and check it out. And what was very funny was it was very obvious that the comedians had been told to keep it clean, but the material that people were laughing at, of course, was the edgier stuff. I actually think the second time I went, one of the comics actually said, they told me to keep it clean, and you're all laughing at the stuff I shouldn't be saying. So what was amazing was the headliner saw that dynamic and went up and just clearly did not care about whatever instructions he'd been given. He definitely went very blue, but it was hilarious. And yeah, the being in the room thing, I think, is that, I mean, to a certain extent, you're there, everybody's kind of having an experience together. But to a certain extent, your own laughter, your own response to the material is giving something to the performer. And I think there's definitely something which is very hard to explain. But I would even say the difference between giving a presentation on a broadcast versus giving a presentation in a seminar or on a stage or something like that. I much prefer the latter, because even if you really only see one person, you're able to sort of get that connection and to be able to respond to it. And I feel for comedy that's probably not essential, but it's very helpful. And even in the case of something like live theater, right? If you're doing Shakespeare or something like that, there's still definitely a moment which can happen in terms of just how people interact back and forth. Again, completely unrelated to Book of Hours, which is very much about solitude and isolation. But like I said, I needed a palate cleanser. So my apologies for those of you. I know we've probably lost a few people already off of that. But typical German comedy is either lowbrow about farting or political comedy. There's some truth to the idea that Germans don't really have a sense of humor. There's definitely some really funny German stuff that I've seen. But I think it also depends. And I mean, one of the things, I know English is very difficult for people to learn, but I think one of the things that works beautifully with English is that it's flexible enough. So I'm trying to learn some French. I'm not really good at it, but I'm better than I used to be. But one of the things I do notice quite a bit in terms of French, and the things that I tend to be graded negatively on, is that it is less flexible in terms of the placement of words. And if you think of how a punchline works, right? You have a build up, there's a certain amount of emotion, the adrenaline has to go somewhere because the mind is quicker than the emotion. And the release is the laughter. But if you can't structure your sentence any old way, then that puts a constraint in terms of the types of jokes. And sometimes that sometimes that can work well. Like, constraints can be very helpful for creative endeavors. It's a little bit like going through the house here with one element of the soul. I've learned a lot more about how to make the most of my hirelings as a result. And so, I have the option of trying to commit some things to get this higher level tryst, but this is almost like the final exam. Am I good enough at this to take an element of the soul that I wouldn't otherwise be able to work with, and am I able to overcome that, or was this the final point where I actually need to sort of push a little bit harder? But I mean, again, in terms of thinking on your feet, I have to imagine that those linguistic constraints are probably a bit more challenging. So, I don't know if English comics are the best comics, but it's I think it's a good language to tell a joke, and if anything, it's the only language I know how to tell a joke in. All right, so I was gonna experiment with the Concursum Diaries. But let's work on another catalog. The Silver Book, that is Fusine, so we can read that one, and it is an 8 moth, so that's probably pretty welcome, actually. I don't think we have a lot of moth texts. I'm assuming, yeah, we'll definitely be able to read that. In fact, I could just try reading it now. I'm not sure it'll help me as far as elements of the soul. Like, I'm sure the lesson learned is not going to be useful to me right away, but let's just get this cleared. Oh wait, the Silver Book, a manual of the Order Lamea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Burzgash, who explains that he came to join the Ordo from the city of Messenger Eagles after he abandoned the service of the Ivory Dove. So, moth choice, I can master this mystery. Alright, so let's take our whisk. So we're going to be one book down in terms of the cataloging, but the whole purpose of reading books is to be able to catalog them. All right, now our best bet with Rose would be Path and Pilgrim. So we have 3 to start off with. So we can get to 5, 6. Okay, yes. It is actually worth trying to read the Concursum Diaries at some point. We'll wait till everything else is sorted out, but we can get 2 Rose memories and try to read the Concursum Diaries and get lucky. The Voyages of Furnishon of Oriel, an 18 moon mystery. Now, that's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible. So, we get 12 without a memory. Ooh. That is quite difficult, actually. What does Fusine bring to the table? Nothing for the moon. Okay. This is definitely an indicator that I need to try and find some sort of stronger moon recipe, because if I'm struggling to read an 18 moon while having a top level moon like this, you cannot get a better skill than Tridesma Hyra. If I'm still struggling with that, so we can kind of go through the reasoning. So we say, okay, we take the 10 for the moon, 11 with the tool, 12 with the 12 with the tryst, although, in theory you can boost your tryst a little bit. That seems like room for a 6 memory. Now, obviously, I have a lot of work ahead of me. I also have the option of trying to use an ink. So, for instance, we've got Catwink, which will give me an extra 2. We could probably try a higher level ink. I don't think the... oh yeah, we were putting these in Christopher's little hideaway. Yeah, we're certainly short on very powerful moon inks, but that is another option available to us at the desk. But even then, right, the four moon that I would need out of that is a bridge too far. So it would seem to me that I want to be exploring my my skills when I can. But still, that's a good find. I'm curious to see what an 18 moon text winds up giving me. I do have Edicts Martial, so 3 edge for moon right now. It's at level 3. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the silver chain that forbade men to lie with women or women with men. For what may come is not always a crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. It was apparently permissible for men to lie with men and women with women. In fact, Burzgash suggests that should be encouraged to distract from other temptations. And the Sacrament Essite, so this is... If we didn't get the nun, this would be what we're... Take 10. I am not screwing around anymore. I am very close to just automatically handing out bans on this. So think very carefully if any of you want to tell me how to play this game. Because the thing is, I'm really tired of people who aren't causing problems being, like, having to put up with me being miserable streaming this game. And I'm actually really unhappy that I don't feel good when I look at YouTube comments again. So, if you think I'm being unreasonable about that, that is your prerogative. But at this point... I don't feel it is my job to tell people not to tell me. I believe it is people's responsibility to see whether or not it is okay for people to go in. I cannot imagine a situation where I would go in and some of the first things that I say to someone is, "Oh, you're playing the game wrong." The manual prescribes potential countermeasures to protect those who might be tempted to go against the oath: masks, disfigurement, severe poetic disciplines. Those who do break it are to be punished with death, although there are lesser punishments prescribed for various acts that don't involve actual coitus. Death is to be administered with the glassfinger toxin, which can be created with the assistance of the techniques described earlier in the manual and with sufficient knock aspect. So I definitely feel like this is one that got a little bit added in terms of text between how that appeared in the in Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. I am, however, going to take a minute here and make sure that we've put the impulse in place. So I think probably tomorrow... I don't think it would hurt to fall back on my old In your 107-hour first playthrough, you're not finished yet. You have only finished 2 full years, and when the only Numa visitor so far visited, you didn't have Tally to learn a language. I've been assisting every visitor with their interests and incidents. I'm pretty sure that I've spent a minimum of 30 hours filling out your personal spreadsheet, which is fun on its own. Yeah, no, honestly, this is the thing. There is something I feel a bit bad about, and I did wind up talking about this in the YouTube videos this week, but I think there is a change that's being implemented in the game with regards to how the endings work in terms of how you can get them from saves. And I think the intention for the game was that you'd go on the journey. It wasn't necessarily intended for a lot of replays, but you'd sort of have your experience. You'd have your own personal experience of the game, and then you'd leave it sort of potentially with the knowledge that there were other paths that it could have gone down. And I love this idea, right? To me, this is a bit like the idea of... So the first game I can think of that did this is Elite Dangerous. I'm sure there are earlier examples. But like the idea for Elite Dangerous where there isn't really an ending for that for you, right? So like I know the last time I played Elite Dangerous, I was out in an explorer vessel way out in the far reaches of space with a bunch of exploration data. And when I come back to Elite Dangerous, I am going to be in that place, and I'm not going to I'm sure there's like some kind of like a reset option. I think you can like self-destruct and respawn at like the last station you were at or something like that. But like this idea here that, it's like Mario where I'm going to go back to level 1 and everything's sort of the same again. This persistence is something quite different from what my usual experience of a game would be. And I think this is true with Book of Hours as well, where in this case here, there are lots of possibility. And there's going to be a subset of those that you sort of carve out for yourself. And whether you want to be thoughtful about that or you sort of run around and, kind of just grab whatever things you can off the shelves and commit them or whatever, all of that is fine, right? And again, part of this I like is because I've been really reinforcing this idea that I think of all of the games to have the misconception that there is a quote-unquote best way to play it. Book of Hours really is not that one, right? You need to... Sorry, that was like triple, quadruple negative or something. So, I was a little disappointed to find out that I think in response to the community feedback, I think the idea is that people basically want to be able to have a game close to an ending and to be able to sort of load the save to see what the other endings are. And I think that's such a shame because I know there's sort of this stereotype of like, oh, Alexis Kennedy makes grindy games. Whereas now it's sort of like, oh, hey, give us a feature that will allow us to grind out like 104 different endings. And it's like, but... And I mean, in the end, this is why Weather Factory are professional game developers and I'm not. I don't think they feel strongly enough about this idea that they're going to say, no, you have to play through the entire game to get all of the endings. And yet, I sometimes feel that there is something lost if you are going in sort of feeling like either everything needs to be gobbled up right away, or that this is like a game to be mined for information. I definitely feel like it's the sort of thing where you go into Hush House and whether you are a Secret Histories maven and you already know who all of the characters are and you have strong opinions about, what's right and what's wrong, or if you've never played the game before, that you're going in as a blank slate and some of the decisions you make at the start are maybe not necessarily ones that you would make later. I still think there's something fine about that too, because in the end, the experiences are going to be different. But I also was under the impression that the assistance wound up doing more than it actually did, and I'm not sad that I have spent the time. I still spend the time because I like the idea of being able to, to help people in the library, right? These are the role-playing elements for me, and it does inconvenience me in terms of getting certain languages and that, but in terms of the affair of the unfinished Lark, right? Well, I want to be a helpful type, so I'm helping people out on it. And again, I never want people to feel like they're playing the game wrong if they don't feel very invested in helping every visitor that comes by, or that whether or not they make a moral assessment of whether or not these people are worth helping. Like this is something that makes me happy playing the game. But this is the reason why it's not just the backseating stuff that I'm sort of talking about when when I'm talking about trying to push back against this idea of a perfect playthrough. I really do actually feel it's a game that you have a bit of authorship over yourself, and it's a shame that there seems to be something of a strong effort to try and make the game converge on some sort of ideal path, because I sort of feel it's counter to what makes this game very interesting. But yeah, Matrix says here, my idea is to have this playthrough be full-on exploratory and information gathering. Then when you feel like replaying, you'll be able to a particular end goal and be able to pursue it directly if I feel so. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that kept Cultist Simulator so interesting for me. Actually, sorry, I should take a minute here and catalog what I'm going to need for Edict's Liminal. I start playing Cultist Simulator so that I can get to an Ascension victory. And, I wouldn't say that the game is as replayable as I've found it to be replayable, because I'm obviously doing streams and stuff like that. But, I've definitely found a lot of value in doing things like the Librarian run, where I don't read, I do in fact read some of the books, but basically the goal is to have one of every single book on the desktop at the time the game is finished. And again, I actually learned that some things had changed in the game that, and I would never have known it if I didn't do that run. So, I mean, there were mistakes that I made in that for sure, and yet that's some of the fun of the challenge. I guess I'm just trying to say, turn off the targeting computer, let go. Anyways. I need to find some Moth and Nock memories, because I think I'm going to focus on that for the rest of autumn. So, curiously, Impulse is my first one? Okay, so this is going to be a big pain. So the way that I've worked it out here for the Moth and Nock memories that I've got, at least in my list, doing a once-over, Impulse, Newman, Pattern, Salt, Secret, Threshold, Stolen Secret, and Name Day, Riddle. So the good news there is that I'm going to be able to level up the Edict's Liminal as a result, right? So we take the one lesson here, add 6, and then the next time we add 7. The challenge is that that's kind of it. Like, so if I get another Edict's Liminal, I actually don't know how I would be able to level that up to the appropriate level. I'm sure there's a couple of recipes that I'm sure there's a couple of recipes that I haven't worked on yet. But yeah, I think this, especially because we could get hit with a Numa, I think it's probably better that I take a crack at Edict's Liminal even before opening up the Wintry Forbidding. Again, it's not a big deal, given that we have access to Reverend Timothy at any time. The only drawback is that I kind of wanted to catalog that last Dawn Period book, which may not be happening. But it gives me something to start with. There is also the question as to whether or not I should bring in a follower. I don't think it would hurt. I don't have that many things that I would get from conversations with Timothy, though. We could get an Impulse and maybe a Stolen Secret. I don't know. We'll see how I feel at the end of the day. I think probably... Actually, there is one good reason to talk with Reverend Timothy. All right, memories fade, assistants depart, but the soul is refreshed. So we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy just so I can get an element of the soul on refresh. And Timothy does wind up being a memory generator, so I'm not too fussed about that. Let's get down to business. So we'll grab the Newman first. I always lose the librarian's bedroom. It's embarrassing how often I do this. There it is. It's because I always think it's overlooking the sea, because I hear it, but... Okay, so I always keep forgetting to add the Ericapan as well, so we'll read the familiar passage with Nock. I'm going to leave the impulse aside, but I will get the pattern. Advice on containment, we'll sort of that. I wanted to have a little more variety in terms of the books, just so I could read the text again, but I'll maybe do that maybe for the level 7 one? I'm not sure. Thank you for saying so, Amenophis. It's less about the offense. Well, I mean, I suppose there is a bit of offense to it. I just feel for a game like Book of Hours, and any game for that matter, I feel it is more appropriate to ask people if they want help. And it's a challenge that I've had a lot of problems with over multiple playthroughs. So to a certain extent, you are kind of the first in a list of what will probably be a growing list of people who are going to get hit by that. I appreciate that you're still sticking around after that, because usually if somebody gets timed out, that just means they leave. So I need to appreciate that you stuck around, even though you wound up getting the tough treatment on the first one. But yeah, I mean, just so long as we understand each other, I feel like I know this game reasonably well. And for the things that I haven't figured out yet, it is sometimes just because I've been focusing on other things. And I think a large part about the experience is being able to work these out and to be able to enjoy a time when you don't necessarily know things and that you describe them. So I'm trying to preserve that for myself as much as for other people. So in any case, we need not dwell on it, but I wanted to take the time to say thank you for being good about it. Even though you've acquired 38 elements of the soul, 12 contributing to 3 double plus evolutions, 8 contributing to 4 plus evolutions, you still keep running out of them by getting distracted or greedy and taking on too many projects during the day. Yeah, I mean, this is the other challenge for me, is that the tension between having lots of elements of the soul to do lots of things and experiment, as opposed to having powerful elements of the soul, is a whole other question. But yeah, being able to just build up my, I don't know, like obviously the way this playthrough is going, like I'm not unhappy that I'm limited to a subset of tasks, because in the end that's just sort of sharpening me. What essentially is going to happen is that when I finally crack and when I'm like, okay, I think I've hit my limit, I'm just going to have this absolute, leap. I don't know how many of you play idle games, but like the way they're structured is kind of neat. I've been playing Universal Paperclips, which is a great game. Actually, you know what? It's free if you play it in a browser. So let me just get the link for all of you. And the reason why I'm bringing this up actually is because I know whoa. Oh, that's cool. I know Cultist Simulator is inspired by a lot of idle game mechanics. So that's a... that's a free-to-play game. I can't remember the name. Was it Frank Letts? Anyways, it's a good one. And it's, I think for those of you that like Cultist Simulator and the way that it works, I feel like that's one that's gonna... Now, why the hell did I bring up Universal Break? Now I'm getting distracted. Keep running out of them, getting distracted, greedy, taking on too many projects. Yeah, I'm totally sorry. I got sidetracked. I'm gonna move on my current tasks, and if I can remember it, I will bring it back. I'm looking for salt right now. All right, Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines. Oh yeah, sorry. Now I remember. So in terms of the way that these idle games tend to work is like you'll accumulate some kind of a currency, and like the rate at which you acquire it at the start is very slow, and then you sort of invest in things that wind up building it. And sort of you have this, usually there's like exponential growth in the games. But that exponential growth will not necessarily be for your ability to acquire currency. Usually what happens is that you have these sort of linear paths for your growth. So for a while, you wind up making a lot of progress, but the cost for doing things is sort of on an exponential path. And so as a result, you wind up like if you keep trying and playing the way that you did at the start, you just find that you can't make any progress. And so what you will see in these games is you'll see these power-ups, and essentially what they do is they provide a multiplier to your to this linear growth. Or maybe it won't just be multiplied by a constant, but maybe it also moves the slope up. But again, it's still linear as opposed to exponential. So at some point, you have this area up to a certain value along the x-axis, and then once you cross over that value on the x-axis, the costs wind up growing so much more than your ability to acquire. Yeah, go nuts. You should be able to get that in. I have not seen the video essay, but I'd be happy to watch it when I have some time. But yeah, so in this case here, it's going to be a little bit like that. I don't think that's intentional on the part of Book of Hours, but it's sort of like right now I've been pushing the game with my initial set of my initial set of tools, and that essentially what I'm going to be doing is getting all the power-ups at once so that, you know, I see a massive increase in terms of my ability to get stuff done. But anyways, I don't know if that was interesting or not, but hopefully for those of you that haven't played Universal Paperclips, I think if you like Cultist Simulator, you're probably going to find at least something to like in Universal Paperclips. And thank you for sharing the link. Okay. Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines. I'm trying to remember where I put that. I'll look for the other books if I have to, but I don't think it would be bad for... Oh, here we go. Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines, an anonymous biography of Ava DeWolf. Last of the DeWolfs focused rather salaciously on her personal troubles and intrigues. Okay, so the Shopped and the Health are the last two. It's been a while since I've read The Temptations of Architecture, but I think that's the secret threshold. I know we can build that out of a crafting recipe, but I like The Temptations of Architecture because it mentions Treowen, which is where the Locksmith's Dream is set. And I do, for those of you that are interested in it, I do think they are moving on to their next project called The Key of Dreams. So I don't know if they will be bringing back the Locksmith's Dream after this. So if you have been thinking about visiting Treowen, it would be a good idea to get your tickets soon. Again, I'm not privy to like any special plans, but I've noticed that in my email box I'm getting a lot more stuff about Key of Dreams, and I'm noticing I'm not seeing a lot in terms of the like the next batch of Locksmith's Dreams. So I have a feeling that if nothing else, it'll be going away for a while. Okay, and Gospel of Zacchaeus is the last one I'm looking for. So I will need to recover the Shapt, but this should be sufficient for boosting Edict's Liminal for today, and then we basically do the same thing tomorrow. Or no, we don't. Sorry, I still have the Impulse and... Oh, hey, Fog will help too. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. I think I'm... Nah, okay. There was a... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. In this case, this is fine. But I was going to say, I think I was going to try to get the Nun in this case, but it's too much. I shouldn't... I think I should just take the Fog as an extra input to Edict's Liminal. Although, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I really only need one more memory in this case. It's definitely a costly, especially if you're going solo, because like obviously they're for 2 people. I believe one of the ways they're handling that for Key of Dreams is so like they have a very good case in terms of the cost, which is like, if you were to kind of work out what the cost of like stay in a, you know, in like a special place, like not a luxury hotel, but, you know, like kind of a special place, and a dinner, and so on and so forth, it's about equal. And now, of course, the thing with that is that you probably pay them all in increments, so, you know, maybe it doesn't seem that way, but it does feel like there's a really big element of sticker shock. And I think a lot of that comes from the rooms, which, of course, you know, that's going to be what the venue is charging. I'm sure there's some kind of a markup, but like that's basically what the venue is sort of charging. And the interesting thing that they're doing for Key of Dreams, I've noticed, is that there's actually it's kind of a little bit more a la carte. So there's a ticket price for the event itself. And that's you show up at Traowin for the event, and then what they're doing in addition to that is if you want and, you know, to actually stay in the venue, and it's an amazing place, then you basically get the room as an add-on. But yeah, your reaction is a very common one, which is a shame. I mean, the thing is that obviously, you know, we live in a world of infinite wants, and not everyone has a means. Like, for me, the Locksmith's Dream is a very expensive thing to go to. I'm fond enough of, you know, Secret History stuff that it would be kind of justifiable in its own right. It's the sort of thing that I would, like, save towards, or the sort of thing that I would, you know, I would say, okay, you know, this is going to be a special holiday or something like that. But it's definitely different than asking someone to spend like $25 on a video game. So didn't claim it's too pricey for. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, it's I mention it sort of knowing that most people watching are probably, it's not in their price. Like, it's out of, to be honest with you, it's out of my price range, up to the idea that, you know, if you, like, for some people, like, I think I'm probably at the point, because I've paid off my debts, I could take, like, a vacation of some kind. It would be like, my mom, before she met my dad, actually, this is the way she met my dad, went on, like, a world tour, like, went and traveled to a bunch of different countries and just sort of experienced them. You know, for that sort of thing, very high costs in terms of travel, but, you know, you sort of stay in hostels. And of course, this would have been, you know, decades ago. So I'm assuming the costs were a bit different there as well. And, you know, likewise, for some people, it's going to be, you know, we're going to go to this place. Now, not everybody goes on these kinds of holidays. Not everyone can go on these sorts of holidays, but like, for me, the idea for that sort of thing is I always, wherever I can, you know, there's the money I set aside for, you know, general savings to take care of myself, my immediate expenses. And I always have some component that I put aside just so I can say, you know, I'm really into classics. It would probably be very attractive to go and visit some of those ancient sites at some point. But that would not be cheap. So for my own part, what I usually do is I sort of set aside some money so that I can do that sort of stuff. But on the other hand, for some people, it's like, yeah, you know, we'll make this our holiday this year. And for those people, you know, I definitely want to get them in touch with the Locksmith's Dream, because obviously that's going to be a much smaller audience than the people who necessarily hear me. So to the people who are interested in the Locksmith's Dream and cannot afford it, I do apologize for talking it up. But it is, if you do get a chance, it is something that is, I think, is worth it. Okay, where was I going with this? I think I may just take the... no, hang on. Let me... We'll see where we're at for the memories. I don't normally like using the hotkey, but I think I need to get a clearer idea. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we've already got the 6. So I need to... So the thing is, I do need to get the Shapt back, but before I do that, I'm actually going to try and get the Nun, because we're... Yeah, it's either the Trist or the Shapt to be able to level this up. I already have what I need to level this up. So at this point, it would be a good idea for me to try and acquire the Nun. We really only get one shot at this, but... It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. All right. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through? I think... Nah, we have... It's only 30 seconds to be able to level up Edict's Liminal, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we get the Nun, then I'm going to need... I'm going to need special help for an element of the soul. Yeah, if we get the Nun, it's actually going to complicate things a bit, but... I think this is worth... taking a shot for. If nothing else, just so I can, like I said, it was probably a, even if, like, yeah, I think even if we wind up hiring the Nun and saying, you know, it's a little too late in the day to give this a real shot, I'll at least have an idea in terms of how everything builds. Okay, so the Fugitive's not really going to be what I needed. Hello, Mecha Paladin. How you doing? You'd love to go there with a friend, or even better, with a partner who's as fascinated with the topic as you are. Unfortunately, your friends aren't interested, and or you can't afford it. It's been really tough to build a lasting partnership for you in Germany. No, that's fine. I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because I think if you... Like, sometimes people are a little bit more private in terms of sort of sharing how they're feeling, or sometimes it will be that they'll share a certain side of themselves, but they don't want to give the whole story. But sometimes there can be a little bit of a benefit in terms of just having a community and a chat. And I would rather have the sort of place where people feel like they can be themselves. Like, obviously, I don't let anything go in terms of chat. There are some things that I feel aren't consistent with what I would like to build here. But I am happy that you feel that it's a welcoming enough environment in which you can sort of say stuff like that. So I don't think you need to apologize if it's TMI. The other thing too, like, I know this is something I noticed a lot about Vancouver. People always talked about how difficult it was to sort of meet people in Vancouver. And I've always sort of wondered, you know, you have all of these people all equally kind of disappointed that they're not really able to make connections like they would want. And you'd sort of think to a certain extent that it's like, oh, well, you just get all those people and put them in one group together, but it's actually really hard. You miss it here, but you mean the channel or Vancouver? Sorry, Mecha Paladin. But if you mean here, thank you. That actually means a lot that you're saying that. It's actually consistent with the channel. Okay, cool. Then I appreciate that. I don't want to be too presumptuous, but that's like, I actually really appreciate you saying that, specifically because of what Matrix said as well. So thank you. I'll maybe hold back on saying who it was, but there was actually a developer who knew how much I missed a particular city that I'm fond of, and they kind of reached out and said, oh, you know, we got this thing going on. If you'd like to come and visit, you know, we'd love to have you. And that was actually the first time in years that I'd been back to this place, and in addition to meeting all of these new friends, I was able to reconnect with a bunch of people who I knew back there, and that was wonderful. Like I definitely felt very different from the city that I'm in right now. So there are definitely a few special places like that, whether they're virtual or whether they're they're physical ones. I've definitely learned to value that sort of thing, because it's sometimes something you take for granted for a very long time. And again, it's such a cliche, but yeah, it's one of those things that you really only appreciate when it's gone. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy enough to say, like, this was a few years ago. I think 2 years ago now. I don't even necessarily mind saying who it was. It's just that, I've already mentioned a couple of game developers already, and I do sometimes feel I don't like taking the developer's name in vain, right? I don't like the idea. Like, I don't think I do it, but it's also very hard to get a read on how it's perceived, and I would never want this to be sort of the name dropping channel, right? Because as it happens at that, meetup, I was actually very lucky to meet a number of people who I love the games of. It was, I try not to get sort of starstruck and stuff like that, but it is difficult not to, to say, oh my God, it's that guy. But yeah, no, but again, like, if the point can be made without naming names, so much the better. And if the point is better made by naming names, then just make sure you're doing it in the name of making a clearer point, rather than trying to, I don't know, try to burnish your reputation a little bit. You didn't say who it was last time either. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, they're very nice people. It wouldn't surprise. I put it to this, so not that I need to make it a mystery or something like that, but you wouldn't be surprised by the name once I said it. One of the huge contributions to late stage capitalism, plague of loneliness. Is it a capitalism thing? So it's a devolution and lack of third places, home being the first place, work. I don't remember the sociologist who said this. Actually, Starbucks is really big about the third place. So this is capitalism reintroducing the third place, because there's also a local restaurant called The Third, which is following it. I wish I knew the name of the person who wrote that. Anyways, but yeah, no, it's there's a few different things that factor into it, because one thing I've sort of noticed for myself is that, I mean, like, so not that I want to force the Book of Hours stuff, but I actually kind of think there's something about the mood of this game that's sort of appropriate to those feelings. And this came up in the interview, where, it's sort of to a certain extent, there's I wish I could just get away from it all and be in a cabin in the woods or something like that, feeling in the game. And I don't think it's wrong to point that out. And I don't know, I haven't read enough of just normal people talking in history to know how common that feeling would be any given time. I think there's a Reddit community called Wrong Generation or something like that. And the antidote, I've definitely gotten my antidote for that from Ovid, let others praise ancient times. I am glad I was born in these. I think it might have been Livy he was making fun of with that line. But I don't really feel like that. And it's difficult for me to find out what is just us sort of rediscovering a set of feelings that have been true for pretty much every human being, and how much of it is sort of unique to our current situation. But one thing that I do feel is at least different over the course of my lifetime, and I mean, again, this could be a just the difference between like being in school versus kind of being out in the professional world, right? Like it's not like I have a very large sample of life to draw from, but I do get the feeling that people commit a lot less to stuff. I feel that I've noticed I think probably the clearest phenomena of this is like ghosting, right? I personally don't like it. If there's going to be some kind of a split, if you don't feel like you can continue to commit to something, if there's any number of things that can inspire some kind of a split or a rift, but the idea of not I'm trying to think of the right way to put it, like not communicating that, just sort of letting it sort of just hang there until somebody sort of realizes what happens, I feel is... I think I understand why people do it. It's mostly about their discomfort, disappointing someone or something like that. But again, what happens is the other person winds up feeling considerably worse, and often for reasons that they don't understand for a long time. And in general, I've just kind of noticed, I mean, maybe this will just be a statement on me and how unpleasant I am to be around, but I do notice that people are a lot more willing to just sort of drop stuff. So you'll make plans and then they just, don't show up, or they, something better comes along and they'll cancel, or they're basically just in terms of commitment. I notice that things don't go through, and you can make more general trends too. So like I'm pretty old-fashioned, like I've not been in an open relationship. I suspect it probably wouldn't really work that well for me, but I have run into people who do, and often make a bit... Actually, if this is your state, for anybody who's in chat, like, please keep in mind I'm really talking about people who are being intolerable, not you in particular, but like I do tend to notice that people who are in open relationships won't shut up about the fact that they're in it. I don't know if they're like recruiting or if it's just a substitute for lack of other personality. But like I do kind of notice in general, like you can see a through line through this, right? Which is sort of a willingness to commit to stuff. I do still play Phantom Brigade Mecha Paladin, although I've been playing a lot of Book of Hours lately, just because it's just the I don't know, it's the big new toy. But yeah, I definitely do. If you're looking for more if you're looking for more mechas, that'll definitely be back. And I actually think they'll be I get the impression they're doing some big stuff for Phantom Brigade, but I will leave it to them to announce that rather than make a guess for myself. Kind of like vegetarian. Yeah, so I will say from my personal... I know the stereotype about vegetarians. I'm not myself, although I'm increasingly persuaded by the arguments for them. It's a little bit like... I'm just not good enough at, like, cooking and nutrition. I'm sure I would die if I restricted my diet. But, like, I am somewhat persuaded by some arguments for it. Although, again, like, I probably wouldn't become a vegetarian or vegan or whatever variations of them. But the one thing I have actually personally experienced is that most of the vegetarians I've personally met, I've never known. And it's usually by some, like, we're doing an order or something like that. And, they'll ask for something, and then I just sort of casually, oh, sorry, vegetarian, like, just, to make sure that I'm doing it right. And then they'll sort of say yes. And inevitably it's when someone has asked them, or like they're not volunteering it. It's always someone else who makes such a big deal about them being a vegetarian. So I actually wind up kind of feeling bad for the vegetarian, because I have a feeling that they're quite tired of that reputation. And yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they've also heard all of the jokes. But yeah, on the other hand, like, there's I have also met the I've also met the variety that does not make a secret of it, let's say. Yeah, that's fair, Mecha Paladin. Eric Cabu says, maybe that people have more opportunities to ghost people. People are more mobile than they used to be, making it easier to avoid people they don't want to see anymore. They have wider networks of communication. They used to enabling them to isolate a node and still engage within the network, etc. I don't think people have changed, just the opportunities, but you're in your 50s and you may not understand younger people. No, I think that's actually a good insight. And I also think that if I take what you said and if I run that through, if you think of it as well, like in terms of the number of people that you will know, like just the size of the network is also so much larger. And so there can also be sort of a bandwidth question. So the idea here is that the lack of commitment possibly just comes from the idea that, you know, someone might be well-meaning, but they've overcommitted, and so as a result, you know, you're on the list of... I mean, now for me, the easy answer to that is, well, the way you build a reputation is making sure that you make commitments that you can actually follow through on, even when they're, you know, not necessarily in your interest, or that you don't make commitments to things that, you know, that may change if your interests change. But that's a separate conversation. But that's actually an interesting take. I didn't really consider it that way, but I can definitely see how being overwhelmed would... I know that's not quite the point that you were making, but I think it kind of dovetails off of it. But yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, if anything, I think age probably has a little bit more standing in these kinds of exchanges, because there's just there's a broader perspective, right? And you know, to a certain, I don't know, like, I don't really feel... I'm kind of on your side on this, in the sense of saying that I don't think people have changed that much. Like, there's sometimes there's like really outrageous stuff, or like there's things that are completely like just completely strange. So, you know, if you read about the culture of ancient Greece and you compare that today, there are some things where you're like, how on earth was that ever a thing? You know, just the same way I'm sure, you know, people looking at our set of priorities will say the same. And yet when you sometimes take a look at, you know, individual people, particularly writing like personal things, so like it feels like for some reason on online communities, people always love referring to Aurelius's meditations. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why, like, Stoicism sort of became, you know, ancient philosophy life hacks, but like for whatever reason, there's just like an entire subgenre of, you know, bros going miss. I mean, what it is, I suspect it's kind of like, you know, if you go to the self-help section, you know, maybe you feel a little, you know, that's not like the manly stuff. So like what you're looking for is like self-help, but like, I don't know, it's got Mach Fusion on the title, or, you know, like, you know, it's obviously for men. It's got like a steak hanging off. It's like as a bookmark or something. But yeah, no, it feels like, and I actually don't even have a problem with Stoicism, but it feels like there's some of it is quite good. Like, the problem is that I am interested in classics, and so what I'm interested in for Stoicism is not necessarily going to be what the life hack crowd provides, right? But what is still interesting, right, is that, you know, if I'm going to have someone, like, if we're going to do Venn diagrams, I'm going to assume that it's going to look like a pair of binoculars in terms of experiences that I can draw from that would relate to an ancient Roman emperor, right? I'm pretty sure Marcus Aurelius and I have had two totally different lives. And yet, inside meditations, you have stuff like, I don't want to get out of bed today, you know, and a whole meditation on like convincing yourself to get out of bed. Comment is, oh yeah, that was the Joker prequel, right? So yeah, it's just one of these things where, and Seneca tutored Nero. But yeah, no, it's just to a certain extent, like, I think, there's some cases where you can go either over relatively recent history or, very, very distant history. And I mean, even a show like Mad Men will show that something that is relatively recent can still feel very alien in some cases. And yet, especially if you look at sort of the personal stuff people are writing, or even stuff like graffiti or whatnot, you actually tend to find people with a set of priorities and needs that are actually not all that different from sorry, I got caught up in chat. But yeah, I don't know. There's probably more commonalities than the differences. I'm gonna catch up with chat, and then I'm gonna get back to playing the game. Sorry. So, Amonfis says, I'd also contribute that the degree to which it happens varies with how invested a person is invested in that relationship. Goes to an acquaintance is easier than an old friend, for sure. And again, I think that kind of comes back to that thing that I said about reputation, right? Which is, I think you build a reputation by committing yourself to things that, essentially having an understanding of your own priorities in such a way that you, it's not going to depend on sort of like your mood or your circumstances. Like sometimes, like if you get hit by a car, I don't think anybody's really gonna like hold you to not showing up to the wedding, right? If on the other hand, you're trying to preserve the option, or you're being a bit careless in terms of how you think what your priorities are going to be. Essentially, what happens is that you start breaking those commitments, and essentially you build a reputation as being a flake or unreliable. And some people don't care about their reputations, like it's, for me, I try to be as dependable as I can, but I am feeling the effects of having committed to too many things. I'm late on a lot of stuff that I've wanted to get to people, and I feel genuinely very bad about that. So I've been working. That's one of the reasons why I'm feeling so worn out lately, is I have been going very hard in terms of catching up on a lot of this stuff. But yeah, it's essentially, there's sort of a point where I guess people kind of declare bankruptcy in terms of what their time is, and that's why they drop off. But yeah, risk avoidance, I definitely think is a factor in there. Taking a decision, sticking with incurs a lot of risk of your decision being deemed wrong, rude, unacceptable by a social circle, and then due to the way information spreads, being socially punished. Yeah, although I mean, again, the fact that you can sort of plug it. Eric Avu, I think, had a good point in terms of the idea of the degree of mobility. So I think if you're on the outs with a particular group, in theory, it's a little bit, you can be a little bit more nimble in them today. I'm not sure though. But Hand of Crystal says, I'd also like to point out that basically any decision being able to be deemed wrong, rude, unacceptable by sufficiently large social circles, such as those on most social media these days. Yeah, it's a tricky one because it doesn't take a lot. I have read the book. I know some people like to hate on this book, but I found it interesting and educational. But was it So You've Been Publicly Shamed by John Ronson? And I think that actually did a reasonably good job of sort of talking about why these sorts of things happen the way that they do. And to a certain extent, I actually don't even think that people know or even necessarily care about the actual infraction. And to a certain extent, it just becomes part of being part of a thing. But I don't know, I try where I can. I try not to be a complete pushover on certain things, but where I can, I also try to be as tolerant as I can, I guess, for lack of a better term, or at the very least, to express enough empathy to sort of understand, where someone's coming from, even if I don't necessarily assent. But yeah, to a certain extent, I've definitely noticed a couple of cases where people want me to commit to something that I don't feel comfortable with. And I've certainly, I've had a high school friend stop talking to me because I didn't say the party line, and that was a shame, right? Like it is a shame to see a long-standing friendship go away like that. But I also think it's important to be clear on what you value and what your lines are, because it's very easy to lose that. Anyways, sorry, a lot of you have been saying far more interesting things than I can. It feels a little bit bad that I'm the one with the microphone, so I will do my best to make up for my lack of substance on this topic with Book of Hours. Now, the good news here is that we don't have any dilemmas as far as elements of the soul are concerned. At this point, we're going to be making every memory that we can. So, it is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Oh, thanks, Matrices. Sorry, I didn't see that. Have a great evening. And I don't know if it's I wasn't aware of the TV show. That actually sounds something right up my alley. I mean, not to give you nightmares, Matrix. To a certain extent, that kind of already exists in certain social credit systems. But maybe we'll leave that for another conversation. To a certain extent, I agree, but I think some of that is also a question of like the whole cancel culture conversation is its own thing. But I can think of about 2 or 3 particular cases where I do know people who have, it's not like their life is over. Like they are able to move elsewhere, but they do actually still see like individual inconveniences coming as a result of something of a public campaign. And I feel, I don't know, I feel to a certain extent here, it reminds me a lot of so Justin Trudeau isn't exactly popular in Canada right now. And I think the best summary I got of it was when I was abroad and someone, and I said, I was like, I don't have a big problem with Justin Trudeau, but he does seem pretty smug. And then the person's like, yeah, he seems a bit smug. Well, yeah, but I'm not exactly a big streamer, Hand of Crystal, and I don't... So this is something I actually don't like talking about a whole lot, but there has been some pressure in terms of the idea of me playing this. So the friend from high school I was talking about may be related to that. So, but it's I don't like the idea of being an instrument to hurt someone by proxy, right? So, but yeah, I remember. So we had a fairly unpopular government at the time that Justin Trudeau was elected, and I can remember somebody being very, very progressive in their politics, and he was talking about how he wouldn't vote for Trudeau because he allegedly had didn't attend a vote on some sort of pharmaceutical measure. And the vagueness that I have here is not because of my lack of memory, although that would certainly be a factor at this point. But it's because they weren't actually able to mention the specific... they weren't able to mention the specific bill. But essentially for them, it's just sort of this idea. What bothered me was that it kind of came down to this point that because the politician in question wasn't ideologically pure, there was this one point on which they disagreed. They would be withholding their vote, and it wasn't that this person felt particularly strong about pharmaceuticals. As it happened, they couldn't tell me what the bill was, so in this case it was pure hearsay. I actually took a look and I couldn't find what was being discussed, because obviously all of the things that are being discussed before Parliament is there. I don't mean to doubt the guy, but like it's obviously not something that I, looking for it, could find. And sort of him, in terms of withholding, wasn't committed enough to know the details of this thing that he was withdrawing the vote from. And it struck me as a very, like, to me, unhelpful, but like it definitely struck me as a very different way of thinking about politics than I do, because I kind of accept that, like, politicians are the people that I hire to deal with that other group of people who I find very disagreeable. Like, we all have to live in the country, it's not like we're going to exile the people who we don't like. And so, the job of the politician is to sort of build a consensus and to be able to shape the laws of the country in such a way that, we're all able to just generally get along, right? They do the compromises so I don't have to, for lack of a better way of putting it. And yet, obviously, this is not the way that people tend to talk about politics. There is a very strong, I think most of the people that I've been talking with are much more like my friend in Vancouver, who, even though they didn't necessarily know that much about the bill, sort of said that, okay, well, I suppose by process of elimination would be okay with the unpopular government of that time continuing on, because Trudeau didn't attend the appropriate vote, and I think that's kind of where I think that's one of the challenges that I have when we're talking about cancellation and such, because I would feel, I guess I'd put it to you this way, like I do have limits in terms of sort of what I'll accept, but to a certain extent, I also don't put in, like, I don't have the time or the bandwidth to be able to sort of work out the sins of everyone I've ever made. And I remember back when I was working at a bank, like, we had the training and the conversation of like, well, what happens if, it's a bank, and it was a very large bank. So it's sort of like, you'll have a certain type of client. Is like, well, what do you do if somebody comes in and insists that they should not be served by a woman? Like they do not want, and like, this is obviously something that has happened enough that it needs to be in the training manual, right? And they were clear about it, that, that is not acceptable. You do not do anything to accommodate that request. And that's kind of where I've normally gone with this stuff, right? Like, I tend not to like the idea of sort of going over a list of sort of categories and to see whether or not something is, on the good to buy or the bad to buy list. And part of that is just because, to a certain extent, I don't know, like, I don't know a better way of being able to sort out, like, where that line is, right? Like, it's obviously a court of public opinion kind of a question. And I have to imagine that if it comes down to, like, are you able to kind of continue working in your job, let's say, or am I able to continue streaming or something like that? If it comes down to a question of popularity, I definitely know that I'm not going to be able to continue doing what I do. I've never been able to work well in terms of popularity things. I've definitely had cases where I've had sort of the right of an argument or a position, but because it's outside of the mainstream, it is definitely one where I have felt a very high degree of pressure to, say something different or to kind of keep my mouth shut. And I think it's important to try and, like, don't be a pest, but to speak up in those times, because, there's no other way that people are going to have the benefit of correction, right? People are not going to know better if you don't sort of say, well, hang on, this isn't feeling very right here. Um, but man, it is a tough one, because like to a certain extent I also can say like my honest feeling on a lot of the stuff is just I'm too busy and I'm not as invested enough in this issue as you are to care. But that in of itself will get people very annoyed with you if you say it. So I don't know if I'm saying I don't know if I'm making sense here. I should probably just move on from the topic, because I'm not. This is one that's very, very good at pissing people off very quickly, but yeah, nuance seems to be a dirty word these days. Seeking more information before making a judgment is viewed as a sin many times these days. Yeah, I'm trying to think about why that would be. I think to a certain extent we probably haven't gotten past the idea. Like, I do this. This will be the last thing that I say before I go back to dragging up some memories. I'm hopelessly naive when it comes to the claims that people make, to a point that I actually wind up sort of entertaining people who are acting in bad faith, or just, straight up, making up stories to, I don't know, somehow become more interesting or whatever. So if somebody makes a claim, it is actually an impulse that I need to learn to sort of resist now, that I still have this feeling is like, well, clearly somebody would not say something so ridiculous and something that's such an obvious lie that could be so easily fact-checked, because I am the sort of person that goes and checks the facts. But that takes time, so it's not necessarily something that I can do in the moment. So, again, I sort of believe in the principle of charity, take the best version of an argument being placed in front of you and, see where it goes. And again, principle of charity doesn't mean that you just accept any old nonsense that's stated towards you. But like in general, I still have this default position of, well, clearly somebody wouldn't say something so outrageous that it would remove their credibility once the truth was discovered. Hello, Pebble Twins. But I will tell you, I've been burned by that more than a couple of times, because sure enough, I'll go, and it's not like I sit down and suddenly realize, oh, okay, I'm actually, I woke up and suddenly found out I'm a bigot. They tricked me. Oh no, I hate people now. But what does tend to happen is like I'll run with it and I'll go through, and inevitably, like, I have at least enough of I don't mean to overstate this ability, but I do notice that I do have a tendency to at least be able to kind of keep what has been said in the context of the conversation together enough to notice when things aren't lining up, right? Because generally, if people are making stuff up, they're not able to sort of keep all the facts straight, and then you sort of figure it out. But there's a lot of wasted time there. And again, if fairly incredible statements are being made, there's usually I'm not sure if that's right, but okay, let's see where this is going. And again, like, it's one of these things where I've noticed, like, there doesn't seem to be any sense of shame. Like, people do not seem to be bothered by the fact that, you'll think that they're completely out to lunch once you realize that they were just making up everything that they were saying. So fair enough, yeah. Well, I mean, again, that's kind of where my caveat on my caveat on I don't accept just any, like, if it's too good to be true claims are actually the one exception to that, where it's sort of, like, I feel like I've been mean to Malcolm Gladwell a few times on this one, but that's actually a fairly distinct memory I have of that. Is this porphyrite? No, reddish granite. That would be a decent example of one of those cases, right, where there's and sometimes there's like claims that really do read like things that are, like it seems pretty clear that the person's trying to tell you something that you want to hear, as opposed to as opposed to what they actually think. Those are other ones that sort of throw up red flags, but those are generally the exception. And even then, like, if there's a benefit of the doubt, I usually try to go on the other side of that. Yeah, well, and that's where I thank you for bringing that back onto that, though. Yeah, I actually think that you are absolutely right on that. I do know some people who just like make stuff up, but yeah, the challenge is that you've got, somebody writes something online, so and so is X, and people just don't have the time or the inclination to check, and then of course, if you're sufficiently popular, that gives you a significant amount of influence that can wind up being very disruptive to someone's life. And if you're not very popular and you've gotten on someone's bad side, that can also create a set of problems. But the one that makes me the saddest about that is actually Wikipedia, because I do check the sources on Wikipedia, and there's so many things that I wish were true that turn and have a source, and then I actually read the source, and it turns out that it has absolutely nothing in like no relation whatsoever to the claim being made. Sorry, I'm trying to find my my memories again. Okay, so the impulse I'm going to try and leave for Reverend Timothy. Oh yes, we can start with the Newman. Wasn't as long of a search this time, too. Okay. Let's do just verse for the next one. Kukerbit prisoner records. I gotta make sure I have the right one, though. 28. How do you have only 5 L? It's not exactly a challenge run, but I played in the beta, so I had a few runs where I was committing a lot of elements of the soul, and I said, well, let's see how far we can go without. Oh no. It is. Actually, I do have a very small number of elements of soul, so just in case there's any confusion, this is what my Tree of Wisdoms looks like. So I think I might have 1 or 2 more than 5. But yeah, so where this started was I'd played the beta and I'd kind of committed stuff into the Tree of Wisdoms, and I'm like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but let's see how far I can make it into Hush House without really committing anything. So I was like, okay, well, they'll... I got a certain distance. And then I kind of hit this point where I'm like, okay, I'm actually getting pretty far. I think it was probably around the time that I'd actually gotten it further than I had in the beta. And I was like, well, I still haven't really needed an element of the soul. Again, the exception here being glass blowing and vessel crafting, which went into Hushery. But, and I actually think, if I remember correctly, part of this was also just because Kite and his friends stopped by and they really liked the name Hushery. So, but this whisk did actually wind up being very helpful, so I'm glad that I got it. But in any case, I was sort of like, okay, well, I reserve the option of, committing all of these to the Tree of Wisdoms whenever I want. But it's gotten to a point now where, this one is definitely giving me a run for my money. These ones, it's really just a question. I haven't gone that far. Well, this one, actually, I don't know if we've found the path for yet. But this one, I've been wanting to see if I can generate some kind of metal, or if I need to dip into the stock that I might use for other things. But yeah, it's at the point here where I've almost explored the entire house and I haven't really needed to commit any elements of the soul yet. So at this point, I'm just sort of seeing how far I can go with it. But I kind of feel like a challenge run is one of those things where you sit down and you say, okay, this is what I'm going to do from the start, even if you don't know how you're going to pull it off. And in this case, it was just more, I wanted to do something different, and I was having such an interesting time with it that I've just wound up overcommitting to the bit, let's say. I will say I've learned a lot about the game that I probably wouldn't have picked up until much later. And I can completely understand what you're talking about when you say where you feel that you get overwhelmed by elements of the soul, because like you're suddenly like, oh, well, I don't want to waste them. And it's like, well, you don't get a penalty, like, you know, say the trust doesn't come and it doesn't come and like ding you for not using your elements of the soul. But it's a fun one. And the other thing is, I notice some people don't really pay that much attention in terms of like the different outcomes that are stated when you commit things. Like usually they just look for an element of the soul. So one nice side effect is I'm actually going to be able to be a little more choosier in terms of, you know, what I think feels appropriate in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. So, but yeah, I mean, especially because the game is very relaxed. There's nothing wrong with sort of, you know, saying here's the subset of things I want to do today. Like, I feel there's a lot of stuff in the game, so I have a feeling that they probably anticipated that some people would like kind of try and gulp down the game as opposed to sip. But there is something nice about sipping this game, so. Yeah, I don't know how many years have gone by, but that's really cool, Hand of Crystal. Like that, I like playing this way a lot. But I've actually gotten angry comments basically saying that I'm ruining the playthrough by not getting elements of the soul. I mean, obviously these people are being jackasses. Like, I'm not ruining the playthrough. They're being very rude in the comments, if I'm completely honest. But like, I have noticed that I feel that it is a lesser appreciated part of the game. But the one thing I do regret is that when people do find out about it, like, you know, if let's say I've, you know, introduced them to something that they actually think is kind of interesting, some people then say, oh, I should restart. And I'm like, no, you don't want to restart. You know, just, you know, a little bit like if you're going through life and, you know, maybe you took a path that you didn't like, so, you know, you might need to go, you know, and correct something. Like I kind of stopped working in school for the last couple of years when I you know, knew I was going into movies, but you know, I did actually turn out to want to do economics, so that required a bit of work in terms of, you know, bringing up my mathematics and such, and that's fine. You know, I got through it. But obviously, if I could have planned my life ahead of time, I would have applied myself more in math, you know, in school. So I wouldn't have spent so much time thinking that I was an ignoramus as far as mathematics was concerned, and I would have had an easier time in terms of getting to where I needed to be for econ. But you live life one way, right? You don't get a strategy guide at the start. And I think that can be something interesting, just like if you were constraining yourself in terms of elements of the soul, being able to try and bend this Tree of Wisdoms towards something that you feel is a little more satisfying, having maybe unknowingly committed yourself to things that you feel more uncomfortable about the more you read the books. I think that's probably closer to what the developers had in mind. So, not that, you know, it may be that you actually don't care what Weather Factory thinks is in mind and you just want to play your own way. That is also completely legitimate as well. But yeah, for my part, I at least like pointing it out. You regret putting quenchings and quellings in preservation as your level 1. Oh, interesting. I want to read the... I actually kind of want to read the description now, but let me just take a quick second here. I lost track. I don't know if I have the Almanac of Entrances, but I will read the Threshold. Oh. My session's doing weird things. going on here? Does this playthrough exist in your logs from the start? So you mean like, is there like a YouTube playthrough? If so, yes. I've been trying. I actually probably need to update the playlist for a little bit, but yes, there is a full recording of this playthrough. Also, my time in the beta. I don't believe there is an experience of Book of Hours that has not yet been on the. That's not looking good. The librarian has left the world behind. This has its advantages, but also its price. Whoa! Okay, something's weird. Yeah, so if you check out my YouTube, so I'm just gonna go into Task Manager and see if I can find out what's going on here. I'm just kind of closing any non-essential apps at this point. Okay. Yeah, something's gone very, very strange with Book of Hours. And it's like Book of Hours specifically. Yeah, so this is the... It's kind of the state of the place. So like you can see, right? It's almost like I'm at the max in terms of my resources. So I'm trying to jump between the task manager. So the challenge here is that the system resources are nowhere near where they should be to generate this kind of like lag. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not a memory leak. There's 128 gigabytes on it. So I have something that could be a memory leak before. And yeah, it's that is a possibility that's emerged. Also, do you guys see this flicker? That might just be my monitor. So that is a possibility in the game, and it's one that I've actually wanted to see if I could identify. The part that's weird about this is the fact that it persists in terms of keeping the game going. Oh no, that's interesting. So if I change the quality settings, but I'm wondering why tabbing out of the game messed with that. Okay, and then that messed with OBS. Okay, this is definitely one I'm going to email. I wonder if they changed, because I know they were doing some optimizations. I suspect probably what's happening here is there's some kind of interaction between the encoder for OBS and Book of Hours that's causing this. Anyways, I'm sure most of you won't be able to see the difference. The flicker's gone as well. And we probably only have about half an hour left anyway, so... Alright, sorry about that. Let's get back on track. So I don't remember where I put the Almanac of Entrances, but I am interested in the Temptations of Architecture. Now, the one thing I screwed up on, I should have saved my tryst for the name day riddle with the storm. But I'll work with the Gospel of Zacchaeus and we'll work on the rest of that soon. Okay, so today's mission is basically to boost up Edict's Liminal by hook or by crook. I think Impulse is one thing I'm going to want to generate from Timothy. Oh god, yeah, I might have actually really messed this up, but I have... We're early enough in the day that I'm going to be able to recover the necessities. First thing I'm going to do is take a look at Name Day Riddle and see what I need. I'm pretty sure that one is Sacralimea. Yeah, so that's 10 moth, so I get the 9 from... It doesn't matter what memory it is, actually, so... Good to know. But I do need the tryst, so that's the first priority when for the Sweet Bones. I don't normally like using this fast. Oh yeah, I was going to read everything. So, The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and Nyctodromus Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the Bounds named Treowyn. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair. Even now in Treowyn, a silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel-locks, the charge holders of Treowyn, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent Oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. And the Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 were the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hour, and Knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life, in the memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. Alright, so I shouldn't have sorted that. So I need 7, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna just do my checklist here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need the Tryst to get the... Yeah, I know how I'm going to do this. So we spend the 6 tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So I will get the impulse now. We may get it from Reverend Timothy, but at this point, actually, nah, you know what? We don't need to. We don't need to get clever. We'll just read the familiar passage. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. That is a reference to the locksmith street. We're actually talking about that a little bit before. Yeah, so the wheel locks are the wheel locks are real, by the way. The events of described in Traewin are not. So there is some fiction in terms of the wheel locks. But yeah, the wheel locks are real. The events in Traewin are not. And yes, this absolutely is a reference to the physical event. I don't know if you've attended, but it is really good. Yeah, I know we were actually talking about this. The sticker shock is one of the biggest problems that event seems to be running into. So you notice they're Tricuspid Limited. So I did just want to correct one thing. So Weather Factory isn't the one running it. It's actually a company called Tricuspid Limited. But I believe Weather Factory did do some writing for the Locksmith stream. So... and that's run by a very nice guy named Ivan, who has got really, really good ideas for the events. But yeah, one of the challenges that they do seem to be running into, so one is getting the word out. So I'm delighted that people are... one thing that bothers you is after mailing back the trustees that 1 penny change that's forever unspendable. You know, the funny thing is I've wound up having my pennies I don't seem to be running into that problem for that everybody mentions, because I've seen my pennies kind of get absorbed in all the other things that I've been doing, unless I'm just not paying attention. But I'm pretty sure the pennies wound up back in my my collection. But yeah, so I think one of the ways that they're handling the kind of the value question that people are running into, and like it's understandable, right? Like I am not a wealthy guy by any even. Like, the workplace I'm working at is getting me for a bargain, right? I did have a consulting job that I could have taken outside of school, and I was sort of like, I don't know, like maybe not. Like that doesn't really feel like the sort of thing. And like now I'm totally like I should have done that. I'd probably be as unsatisfied with my work as I am now, but I'd at least be considerably more wealthy. Yeah, it's like I do okay because, you know, obviously econ is very employable and such, but I could be doing considerably better. But yeah, needless to say, I also like I'm not like picking what flavor of beans I'm going to be cooking for dinner tonight. So, you know, this is the big challenge, is that there's a lot of people who seem really interested in the event, but it may be something that's either outside their price range, or it might be in someone's price range, but it hasn't necessarily communicated the value yet. So I noticed what they're doing for the Key of Dreams, which is something is not Secret Histories related. In this case, it's Lovecraftian. So I believe what they're doing is that the base ticket is for the event. So that's showing up to Traewin and like having the experience. And then the add-on is to stay in one of the rooms, which I think is the biggest contributor to the sort of the freak out that people are getting in terms of the prices. I think that'll make for an interesting dynamic. it's a little bit of a shame because there is something really magical about Traowyn, and it's very hard to describe. But I do hope. So there's two things that I hope, which is number one, that Tricuspid is able to sort of be a going concern and put on more events, including Locksmith's Dream as a result of the shift to pricing schemes. And then number two, my hope is that the people who maybe wouldn't have otherwise been able to experience are able to, basically by disentangling it from the room, that they're able to go in and contribute. Because obviously, what is the event? So it's a live event that I'll just give people the link. So basically, this is from a company called Tricuspid Limited, and it takes place in the same setting as Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator. This was run before Book of Hours was released, and the Temptations of Architecture, that book that I had read, has direct references to the place. So Traowyn is a real manor. It's like this 300-year-old manor, sort of in the border between England and Wales. I'm pretty sure it's located in Wales. And basically it's sort of this 2-day event, so you stay overnight, and it's just basic. It's actually quite a bit like Book of Hours in the sense that it's this big old house that you sort of explore and sort of learn about what's going on inside of it. But there's everything from sort of puzzle boxes to, there are some actors who play some various characters, so it sort of has this immersive theater quality to it. There's actually a masked component to it. There is a video that I'm going to be putting out. I've been working on that video forever. It's almost getting to a year now, and unfortunately I have work to thank for that for a large part. There's a little bit there's one thing that I was going to be doing, and then it seems like they wanted some Facebook stuff, so I took the time to do that, and then I tried to get back on top of the video, but by then sort of my runway for timing had run out. But anyways, there'll be some footage hopefully to see soon. But yeah, essentially it's hard to call it like a LARP, but it's sort of a hybrid escape room, immersive theater, luxury getaway. And it contains, I don't know if there are references to the tabletop experience. It's the one thing that I haven't done in the Secret History setting, is the Lady Afterwards. But yeah, this game does contain direct references to Traowyn, which I think is neat. Because obviously there's going to be a very small handful of people who attend the event, and so it's just a nice little something that if you're familiar, you can see the reference and smile. All right. Sorry, I lost track. I needed to make a name day riddle, which I was going to use my Trist for. I can then renew the shaft. Yeah, we're good. I don't need to use a glass of water. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to. I'm often glad when I do. So I kind of just used up the Faust each time with Reverend Timothy. He never actually wound up giving me a stolen secret or an impulse, but I think it's worth it. Tuppence isn't that bad to give up. Okay, so now I need the name day riddle to get the last moth element in this. So I've got touch, taste, and sight. Railforged lantern. And sound. So yeah, hard to say why the last one would be moth. Oh my goodness, I don't know when that finished, but... I'm actually a little worried about the time that I have left, but I think we can still do it. Right, we need the scissors. Or the Snoodle jar. Ooh. There we go. Name day riddle. Conceive a mothy riddle. Sacrolame with scholar level moth plus memory creates a name day riddle. So we need 90 seconds for that. We will get the shaft for the actual upgrade in. So we'll spend our tuppence. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Oh, I see. I got you. So the idea is like you wanna be able to just spend that on its own. Or actually, I feel like I probably misinterpreted that again. So I'm going to feel a little bit nervous about Nightfall, but I need to remember that it doesn't actually matter because you can still get your lesson. Okay, so the shaft is going to be used to level up Edict's Liminal. Oh yes, and then we were going to talk about committing quenches and quellings. I'll take a peek now, actually. So I think you said that you'd committed it to preservation, but the... so safety and oblivion, let the flesh forget disease, let the smoke forget the flame, let the troubled mind forget its pain, preservation. And safety and silence, unwise words are dangerous, mourn them, remember them, speak them not. This is hushery. And quenchings and quellings, arts which quench fires and bring solace to the troubled mind. A true adept is never troubled by fire, nor by fever, nor by restless spirit. Yeah, I'm probably more on Team Hushery on that, but okay, a deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervenius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. I better hope I don't have another, I don't get another Edict's Liminal, because like I said, I have no idea what I would do to get that extra moth. That's usually an indication, a little bit like the moon, that I need to be investing a bit more into crafting to be able to find those. But I have a few things on my plate. So in terms of tomorrow, I figure the Dawn text is priority number 1. If I can't read that, then probably I should... Actually, you know what? Maybe we wait. Yeah, well, I think I'll start by cataloging the book, and maybe I'll do some experimentation in terms of filling in some of the gaps on my spreadsheet. So there's two that I'm interested in. One for moon, and then the other would be for scale. Sorry, one is moon, one is scale. One challenge, of course, is that just because it has the same as... So, like, a good example would be we found a better way of making this very powerful knock recipe, even though it wasn't a knock ability. It was a nectar one. So I shouldn't get too married to the idea of, you know, moth creations make moth. But it's a good place to start, right? Like, it's not like you go and say, oh yeah, nectar is obviously the one that I want to follow through on. Did I forget to unpause? I was wondering why the night was going for so long. It's a relaxing game, though. Nope, there are living things kicking around here. Not a and again, like, the restrictions are just purely for fun. So we've got our pet cat kicking around here. I actually used to have the dog in the garden, but when I made it to Collar's area, we've got the chimeric larva in this room. I do want to try and experiment on that, but again, it's a question in terms of what my elements of the soul get me. We have the Stimpfling. Oh, don't you make sounds? There we go. Hey, where'd the dog go? Oh, there he is. Okay. Loyal dog. Walkies are surely a small price to pay for his unshakable fidelity. And I think that's it for pets. I'm trying to remember. I know I don't have the living relic, which is like my favorite of the pets, but yeah, I haven't really been interacting with them. You know, every once in a while, if I have like a challenge, I'll like throw a cat at the book, and then suddenly I'll have some inspiration. You know, much like life. But yeah, I haven't had much. Oh yeah, sorry, we've got the magnificent green cockatoo as well. But the Stimpfling is something that, in theory, we could take a flyer on for reading a certain book. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember where and what order I wanted to do things. I don't think it would hurt to try and bring in Reverend Timothy to knock down that last room. But priority number 1, we will catalog the Dawn Period book. And then we'll see what the weather brings. Hail. Okay, so I don't have any immediate sort of sky challenges. Okay, tell you what, I know this is really tedious for watching, but I'm going to take a quick second here and look at my spreadsheet and try and find some things that I know the names for, but I don't necessarily know I don't have anything concrete on. Okay, so first thing I notice is Disciplines of the Scar. The scholar level recipe, for some reason, is not present. So I guess it doesn't really matter what we add here. I need to find another 2. Oh, curse you. Okay, well, there's still a fix for that. Oh, no, there isn't, because I can't add the old wound then. Nuts. So I suppose that explains why I didn't try it before. Let's take a look and see what kind of edgy materials I have. Yeah, I've got to ink that. Oh, but they won't take the sky. That won't take the sky. And I can never remember what the Nocturnary. Well, actually, hang on. I don't think I need to get too clever with this. So Scar, Trist, Hail, and instead of the Cucurbit Barrette, we can just use the Perniculate. And okay, so Torg's Cleansing, which we already knew about, or for a Scholar level recipe, match this with Edge and something with the Leaf aspect to brew a dangerous ink. Okay. How much you want to bet it's probably Perniculate? So now I got to think about how. So I'm assuming Cat's Claw is probably the one that's got the edge to it. Yeah, 2 edge. And that's a heart and a nectar, but then I guess because it's an ingredient, it doesn't really matter where I put it. So if I was going with Disciplines of the Scar, then presumably I would use the Alchemist's Glassware. But that would cut me out from the Hail. But I've never made a winning move, and I suspect the winning move would be at least 3 edge. Okay, so let's say... Well, no, but then again, if the winning move doesn't have Lantern, Forge, Grail, or Winter, that doesn't matter. Although this takes liquid, so I think we can... Yeah, well, I'm sufficiently curious that I... And yes, this does let me put in a flower. In fact, it just lets me get enough, so... Yeah. So I suppose the next question would be, what lantern do I get out of this? Although I'm not sure I have an easy way of getting a whole lot of lantern to test that. At least not without committing a bunch of stuff. The other thing that would be interesting is if I could try and get that to 15 somehow. Easier said than done, though. So where would I get the 11 from? We can take this up to 7. I need another 4. Oh, hang on. No, that doesn't help me. Right, but the perniculate doesn't give me the edge that I need. Yeah, I need another 4. Alright. I'm gonna leave that aside then. Nope. I definitely don't want ideas, thanks. Okay, we get to do this. I should be sorting this by memories, to be honest, because Menescape Reflections is another one that's a gap to our understanding. I think I probably just looked at the edge stuff that I had and said too difficult. Now is the time for me to fill all those up. So the first priority is going to be to clear out the gaps. So like the winning move is a good example of the sort of thing that I'm looking to build in these phases, because the winning move, a little bit like the old memory, and I'm sure there's a couple of other ones, but these are things that I've written down but I've never encountered inside of the game. Now, one sort of unspoken destination I have for myself is to see if I can generate an earthquake name, and part of that is because of this I don't know, this feeling of loss. So if I get hit by a Numa at some point, I'm going to feel bad because I had a 6 scale and I didn't do anything with it. But I also don't want to just carelessly use a 6 scale memory, because that's obviously something very powerful. And if I can turn that into, like, if I'm not able to build it, but I'm able to turn it into something really impressive, I also want to be kind of aware of that too. Sorry. But yeah, for now, I'm mostly interested in just making sure that the gaps are addressed. Now, Path and Pilgrim hasn't been touched, but I think that's just because there's no way that I can get that up to 10 rows yet. Sharps is another one that I'm short on, but I have a feeling, yeah, if this one took 11, then oh man, that is so frustrating. Edgy paper. I don't think we have edgy paper. Got nectar. I think there's one. Oh, I think there'd be a winter one. Or no, sorry. I thought the paper was originally winter. Actually, here's a question. The Gemini used to have a aspect in Cultist Simulator, but doesn't in this. Okay. You never know what you're going to find, so I figure I might as well take a chance. I'm not expecting too much, but to be honest, actually, the paper has kind of gone unused in this run, and I don't feel super bad about it because it's scarce. Well, not that scarce, but on the other hand, like if I just keep hoarding stuff the whole time, I'm not gonna make any progress. Okay, so Sharps is an yeah, Sharps is an appropriate mystery. Oh no, Darillion, what are you doing? I was gonna get ready to wrap up. Angry, so I obtained the Earthquake name in this vault. Darillion is a wonderful streamer. What were you playing tonight? I didn't even see that you were online. Drillion's a wonderful broadcaster that I found from playing Industries of Titan, a city builder that strategy city builder that I actually really enjoyed. He seemed to like as well, but I know had something of a negative. Blasphemous 2. Sorry, you were playing that last time you raided as well. But yeah, I feel I really loved that game getting a full release and seeing the streamers on it, because the people who were streaming it really seemed to enjoy it, and yet it didn't quite seem to have the full, take up that that sort of I felt the game could have gotten. In any case, I've seen him do everything from Axiom Verge to a little-known French indie game, La Noire. It's a mystery, starring a bunch of people who would also appear in Mad Men. Anyways, Darillion is like I said, a very entertaining broadcaster and much more variety-oriented broadcaster. I know I've been playing a lot of Book of Hours lately, but even compared to what I normally do, he has a fun atmosphere as well as a very eclectic taste in games. So somebody who I think is a good recommendation if you're looking for something new to try, but also if you just enjoy hanging out with a bunch of interesting people. Interesting people who came along and will obviously stay for the full duration of the rest of this broadcast. But no. Particular thank you to all of you who came along on Darillion's raid, because I know you sign up for one type of broadcaster. Just because the broadcaster you signed up for decides to host someone doesn't necessarily mean that it's for your your tastes. So if I am not your cup of tea, I completely understand. But I will take a minute and say that for those of you who have not seen this game before, even if this is the end of our time together, I highly recommend that you check out this game called Book of Hours. I was given a key from the broadcaster for promotional purposes, but it is a very unique game, and it is one that I like to recommend. If you ever played Cultist Simulator and you found that the game was a bit aggressive in terms of how it would fail you, this is basically designed for you. It's one where it doesn't have sort of a, your ticking timer to pay the rent. So far as I can tell, there is not a way to die inside of the game. But in it, essentially, you are playing a librarian that has inherited this occult library called Hush House. And the first part of the game, you start off in St. Brendan's Cove after a shipwreck, and you sort of work your way up to Brangkrug Village. And you were originally on that ship to become the librarian of Hush House. And as you start slowly working your way with the assistance of the villagers to sort of repair the path to Hush House, there is sort of the story that it has been abandoned for 7 years since a fire. Part of the librarian's job is to restore the premises. And inside of it, you find all sorts of interesting things, from gardening, lots and lots of books. In fact, organizing the books is part of the joy, so I can tell you a little bit about all of these. If you are curious, by the way, and you don't want to just hear some strange Canadian man talk about a video game, if you'd like to know the contents of one of these books, ask me. We can make this a quiz, and we can see how well I remember some of them. But part of the game is just sort of figuring out what happened. So this is quite late in the game. I'm also playing the game in a very unusual way, because there is this. I always love doing this transition. So if I push the button, you get to see a fun transition. Are you all ready? The Tree of Wisdom. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Travel the Tree of Wisdoms to learn secrets and gain elements of the soul. So this is, again, for those of you that have played Cultist Simulator, you'll remember there's a similar, thank you very much for the follow, Engul. I feel like I've seen you in Drillian's chat, but you probably know me as this terribly trolly and very obnoxious individual in chat. I'm actually quite nice 3 times a week. It's about as long as I can sustain the act. Thank you. But yeah, so essentially here, the way that the game models it, you can sort of say, you look at the cards, you say, well, is it a card game? It's not like Hearthstone, let's say. But essentially, a large part of the game is represented through cards. And in this case, you will have your elements of the soul, which sort of represent your capabilities or your knowledge. You can sort of see there being sort of a theme of healing almost. So when you start your playthrough, you only have your health, which is drowned. You have a waterlogged book, the only thing that you took from the shipwreck. And when you study your book, you're given sort of a personality test. And it sort of gives you some of these elements of the soul, and it asks, which of these would you want to keep? So in this case, I chose Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. It's an element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things that you do with your soul. This usually means talking to people or crafting. So this is a set of cards which sort of represent my capabilities, my soul, and you can acquire more of them, right? So I chose Faust. I also chose Chop, eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. The other ones that I have are Health, Whist, Tryst. And the ones that we don't have, I'm terrible. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Ereb, E-R-E-B, Metal, M-E-T-T-L-E, Core, C-H-O-R. That brings me up to 8. And it's like 4X. It's always the last one that you remember. I will remember it. Nobody, don't give me hints. So Faust, Lantern, Whist, Winter, Shopped, Knock, Tryst, Fet, the part of the soul associated with dreams. And I've given up on my dreams, so it is easy to see why I didn't remember my Fet. Anyways, yeah, so those are the 9 parts. There will be a quiz, by the way, so if you can't remember Faust, Whist, Chop, Tryst, Metal, Ereb, Fet, and I'm sure I forgot one of them again, Core. I don't know. You'll have a hint show up in one of your mirrors. I have dreams, I better start remembering it. In any case, so the reason why I say it's a personality test is that there are a number of different openings to the game, and it depends on the type of journal that you get. So who am I? Well, if we read another one of these cards, in this case a book, we have the Amberflecked Journal. I am the twice-born librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The twice-born's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical, but if you can complete the game by recording any history, you might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom, which, as you can see here, Illumination seems to participate in Lantern. It is a member of the Bright Arts. There you have it. I haven't committed anything to it. But yeah, so in addition to just looking cool, the Tree of Wisdoms is a way that you can gain additional elements of the soul. Oh yeah, sorry, I should explain the Twiceborn a little bit more. I remember that I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now, if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. So I will go back to this screen in a little bit, but you might say it's like, okay, so this sounds like a lot of homework. What the hell is the House of the Sun? You know, I didn't play Cultist Simulator. Is this game going to quiz me? And the nice thing about it is you don't actually need to be familiar. This is now part of a franchise. So Cultist Simulator was the first game. There's a tabletop experience called The Lady Afterwards. There's a live experience, which is run by a company called Tricuspid Limited, called The Locksmith's Dream, which is actually referenced inside of this game. So you get to go in a 300-year-old house kind of in the space between Wales and England and solve puzzles. But none of these things, they're all sort of independent. So they all take place in this setting called the Secret Histories, but you are allowed to sort of view them from your own perspective. So one case you might take if you were somebody who had not played Cultist Simulator, but you're like, okay, so what's the House of the Sun? The game's not going to hold your hand. It doesn't have the traditional type of tutorial. But as you are exploring the house, what you might do is you might click on a painting, the Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it really is the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So if you've played Cultist Simulator, you'll know the first time you go into the Land of Dream, the desktop melts away kind of like this, and you're confronted with the Mansis, and you are a person who actually visits it. So if you've played Cultist Simulator, the Mansis is a very familiar place to you. But if you haven't played Cultist Simulator, what it is instead is the Mansis is this place that's referred to in a bunch of the different texts. And as it happens, as you start exploring the house, you do get the same image that you saw inside of Cultist Simulator, but obviously you have a different perspective on it because you're someone who is experiencing that part of the world through a different lens. The other thing that I like about this game, there's a heavy role-playing element to it, but it's less about accumulating experience. So I've got lots of different skills here, everything from sort of making music with strings and song. The harmonies of the lower skies are here reproduced. To things that are maybe a little bit more abstract, such as disciplines of the scar, to master boundaries through their determination. The scar marks wisdom and regrets. One is often born from the other. But one of the things that you do to get the element of the soul is you commit a skill to the Tree of Wisdoms, but there's always going to be two options. So this is going to be a little inside baseball just because it's... I guess I'll do resurgences and emergences again, but I know everybody's going to get really tired of it. But this is an example about how subtle the game can be and why it gets sort of interesting. So we'll start with Moth and Grail, and again, I don't expect you to know who the gods from stone were, but just listen, see if you can pick up a few of the details. So, Moth and Grail. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the seven Legions, whose crimes set them outside the law, and the Legions serve an hour of Moth and Grail. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are renewed, the law will be renewed with them. Preservation is the wisdom of renewal. So the Legions are referred to in some other books. In fact, we saw something related to the Legions earlier today, but that may not have been obvious to all of you. But we read Moth and Grail, so this would be if I committed it to Preservation. But what if we were to commit it to the wisdom of Bossk instead? Grail and Moth. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the seven Legions, whose crime set them outside the law. But the Legions serve an hour of Grail and Moth. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are consumed, the law will be consumed with them. Bossk is the wisdom of change. So these are two contradictory outcomes that are being described here, and you only get to pick one. And so for me, when I play this, I actually do find myself in a situation where there will sometimes be outcomes described that I'm quite uncomfortable with. And so as a result, I sort of hold off from putting them in, even if they have an element of the soul that I want. But it's also true that because you're very often getting your first glimpse at this bigger world, you may not know quite what forces you're meddling with, right? You know, the forbidden knowledge, which is such a great feature of these kinds of stories. So the simple version of this is just to say that this game is a lot like going into an ancient house and seeing lots of interesting things, from paintings to delicious things inside of a pantry. I highly recommend the pickled pilchards, an acquired and unforgettable taste. We found out what stargazy pie is, actually. I'll take a second here and subject you all to this image. Does anybody in chat who hasn't played Book of Hours know what stargazy pie is? Because I'm gonna show you a wonderful Cornish dish, which I think you're all gonna want to order. I wish I had a bigger picture, but... Stargazy Pie. You saw it referenced in a book you was reading last... Oh, that's really neat. Yeah, it's Book of Hours is actually the one that that introduced me to this. So that is a feature of the pie that the fish retain their heads. It is way too late for a pie with fish coming out of it. They're contemplating the heavens. Anyways, so if you don't want them in the Stargazy pie, you can pickle them and they're good. Or perhaps you can have a mackerel instead. But you've also got drinking cocoa. You can give these things to your companions to try and help them build up things. So again, it's an interesting game. It's one where, yeah, no worries, Engel. Thank you very much for that follow as well. Or is it Ul or I? No, I think it's Ul. And I will be playing the game, but I wanted to try and give you a bit of an idea here in the sense that this game sort of gives you a couple of threads to pull on, and as you sort of get deeper and deeper into the house, you start asking questions like, well, where was this fire that they were talking about? It has something to do with this spot over here. Yeah, just you kind of get to engage with it as much as you want. If you're really into sort of world building and lore, there's lots to sort of chew on. And if instead you just sort of like the idea of something being a bit more relaxed, there's a wonderful touch here. So you get to use the weather as an ingredient in some things. But you can hear the sound of the hail right now, right? Because we're outside. But let's go to my room. Right now I'm sitting in Natan's room, so... They actually change the audio depending on whether or not you're inside the room. So lots of nice little touches. It's a great game if you just want to sort of relax and just kind of wallow in it, which is exactly what I'm doing here. But I do have a few things that I want to do. Right now, I was doing a bit of an inventory of some of the things that I can do with my skills. So for instance, I was going to try Watchman's Paradoxes when Darillion stopped by, so let's see what we can do with that. So in order to do an ingredient, also everything has a description inside of it, so I'll read some of them so you can get a bit of an idea in terms of the style of writing. The Pale Desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Bogu, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. So each card has different aspects. These aspects will often be attached to a certain principle, which you can kind of consider being it's sort of one of these fundamental elements that sort of underpin existence, let's say. So in this case, you've got edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and struggle. People who are familiar with the Secret History setting are having a bit of a debate in terms of whether or not these new ones, such as Sky, count as principles, because the game is quite clear not to call them principles. They behave like principles, but they are not. At no point does the game ever refer to the new ones as principles, and so this is the developers having a little bit of fun with the community. So, Wind, Storm, Echo, Song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. So in this case here, and you'll see these associated with common ideas. So for instance, all music winds up being associated with Sky, for instance. But and for practical matters, when you want to do some kind of a recipe, the crafting station will not accept every type of principle. So Solomon Husher's desk will accept lantern, scale, sky, and winter. Winter probably is self-explanatory given the description here. And so in this case here, because I'm going to be experimenting with Sky, I wanted a desk that has Sky. So here we'll take the Watchman's Paradoxes. That amber preserves, note by the way, Amber Fleck Journal, that amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The Watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. So we'll add the skill. What I'm trying to do right now, there are 3 types of crafting challenge. So apprentice level challenges. The simpler techniques require skill alone. For basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect. So we're actually almost there in terms of the sky. But what we're trying to go for is the scholar level one, which is level 10. In fact, I can already tell you that I'm going to blow it. So if I add the hail, that gets me up to 8, and I could add the astrolabe. Oh, nope, actually I know what I'm going to do. So in this case here, each of these have sky aspect that they're contributing. Right now, it's allowing me the option to craft Tanglebrag, and that's because I've got enough lantern to do that. But what I actually want to try is the sky. So normally what you can do here is you can add a tool or you can add an ink. And as it happens, so I was worried that I'd only have a tool that has one sky aspect, but as it happens, I built something that has a higher level sky, the Mazarine Fife. Ah, nice. Okay. So I can apply the formula to a light and see a rosy essence drop from the air. Probably going to get me Ichor Auroral. Let's see if we can find that out, actually. So, Watchman's Paradoxes has Lantern as well. But it won't take the Hail because it has Edge. But I bet we could use an altar. Okay, so Devotion and Remembrance. Both of them will accept light, which is nice, and I really just need 2, so I think what I'll do... I could try and find some kind of a candle with sky, but I'm really just looking here, so add one of these, and I suspect the parrot will have sky because it can fly. Sorry, cockatoo. And yes, that is the Ichor Auroral. So, it's not clear here, but I'm keeping a spreadsheet of all of these. As you can see, I've got lots of skills. So if there's potentially 6 recipes for each skill, it's a little tricky to keep track of things. You're thinking about the book that mentions Stargazy Pie, and it is strangely similar to this game. It is by the author Victoria Goddard, and it is called Green Wing and Dark. I'm just gonna, Green Wing and Dart. I'm just going to take a note of that. Okay. Now I do want to take a note of what the Ichor Auroral's stats are. And again, to the people who are just new to this game, I apologize, because I know it's not always fun to watch somebody... Garvitrius. I know I had the Auroral somewhere. There we go. Okay, now Anbury and Lapidary apparently had something that was looking for a liquid. I don't think that's going to work for me, though. Probably the Forge will, though. Or Foundry, rather. So, Hail works, but I... maybe. Maybe. So unfortunately I can't add my Faust here for the sky because it doesn't match the elements of the soul. It's going to want a liquid. I don't know if I have a liquid that gives... No, I do because of the Stargall ink. So the question now is... do I have one of these elements that also provides sky? It would be... I'd be shocked if... maybe I have a better sky liquid? We're so close. All right, let's try a different approach. I still need to find the relevant liquid, but let's do a search based on sky. So, I mean, I have an easy answer here of adding the blue crown, but then... oh, no, actually, blue crown doesn't count as fuel. Oh, that's right. It's the Trumpeter's Lily. So this is tempting, but the problem is then I can't add the liquid. No, Jangur. There we go. All right, Xanthotic Essence. Apparently, Glacier in Lightsmithing, there was a question mark about that. So let's see if we can... well, I couldn't verify because it needs lantern. I'm not that curious. All right. So Lockwork and Clockworks had an interesting one with metal. I'm curious if I'm going to be able to pull that off. Hail seems like a good time to try that. Where are you, Lockwork? There we go. Okay, so... I just had it. It was like a fancy 3 sky. Ah! This is why I need to go to bed. Right, January Sanguinary. But I'm back to the one sky problem. Well, the good news here is that... no, that won't take it. That won't take it. I can't use the hail as an input to these other ones. And this probably... well, this doesn't help anything. Okay. I'm not that invested to find out what this thing does. But it is really interesting to see that Lockworks and Clockworks, if it's trying to get me to combine a metal, that would mean I have to do it at the foundry, and I don't think the tool bench takes metal. Yeah, so I think right now, I really only have one place to do that at. Okay, that's going to be something for me to think about in future. I do have a coil of wire, so we can see if that has... Okay, that counts as a material, so I wonder if materials work at the bench. They do not. Okay. So apparently I'm missing the 10 for glaziering and lightsmithing, but it's easy to see why because it only has the 1. And glass blowing and vessel crafting, so I might have just neglected this one because this seems quite achievable. I think we'll just take our chances with the desk here. Right. No, that doesn't make sense because I got the 10. Oh boy. Okay, now I know why I didn't get the result from that. Let's try and find a, well, Hermit's Workbench maybe? They really want me to make that ampule. Oh right, because we don't have enough yet. Okay, and if I overload it with the fife, I'm guessing the answer is still no. Well, that's a shame. Got any bright ideas for 3 sky? Well, it's close, but... Oh! Alright, I wasn't expecting that, but... Okay, now there's one last thing that I want to try with my Sky toys. So I've had sort of this hypothesis for a while that a good way to find the keeper recipes, the most complicated ones, are to use some of the things that you made sort of in between. Hey, Captopodier. It goes alright. I'm feeling very, very tired and worn out, but I'm trying to put a little extra time in because the very kind Derillian stopped by and dropped off some of his people. So I'll probably be wrapping up reasonably soon, but I wanted to give this as good of a shot as I could. But yeah, so I have kind of this hypothesis that using the intermediate items are a good way to find the keeper level ones, and in fact I'm particularly thinking of Oronoscopy, which seems to be related to astronomy. So I have a feeling that probably something like the Deerday lens would help with the keeper recipe in that case. The question is, you know, which of these have the relevant sky? I think probably the better thing for me to do at this point would be... Well, actually, let's just go for the Oronoscopy straight away. I suspect I'm coming up short, but... Okay, so the Mazarine Fife is going to be something that helps us out here. I think the Deerday lens, yeah, it's not quite going to push us over the edge. Okay, I will take a different approach. So let's see with Sights and Sensations. This is one that actually lets us make Nillikant, so we already know one keeper recipe for it. Now, I'd be willing to guess that maybe there's an awakened feather that we use in this case, but let's see what we've got. Ah, so first of all, we don't have everything we need. I'll add the astrolabe first. Okay. Yeah, I'm really happy to just play this game on my own. The question I have for everybody who likes to tell me what to do is if they had someone in the room telling them what to do. Because I feel like people just think I'm incapable of doing things on my own. If I wanted to throw a feather into this, I would need to try and find some sort of clever way to make this all work with the foundry. Well, the hail would work. But I don't see how the sights and sensations would get involved. Okay, well let's we'll put that aside for now. Let's focus on the telescope. All right, and this is I suppose this is the next challenge here, is that I've kind of worked myself into a corner here, so if there's any more sky for me to try, fair enough, but if I have anything less than 6 sky, I'm not going to hit the 15. So, there is one last batch that I'll try, which is this workbench. But it doesn't let me add a material. Oh, apparently it does. So the feather is material remains. Woven tool remain. Oh, remains. Okay, I still feel like there's an opportunity here. So, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so 17. Okay. And they really like those amethyst ampules. And this is 13, so that doesn't help me. Okay. So, at least as far as the intermediate item hypothesis goes, the feather didn't do the trick. And I guess we already tried with the Deer Day lens without success too. Sort of gets me the same stuff. Maybe just double check. The only other thing I can think of right now would be some music, but I don't have that immediately available, so... Alright. Oh! Well, the Icravitrius doesn't have sky, though, so that wouldn't be immediately useful. Okay. Sorry, I'm just consulting my spreadsheet one more time to see if I have any obvious sky intermediate. I guess the Awakened Feather is a little bit less interesting here. Oh, Xanthotic Essence. No, because that, again, doesn't have the sky. So, I would not be surprised if we make an Ascendant Harmony that we can use that to go to some kind of a Keeper level. Kind of a Keeper level memory. I suppose if I have to, I'll turn the Hail into one of those memories. But then I also have the option of the winning move, which I don't have the data for. So the question is, do I want to jump into the unknown and see if I can get something even better skywise? Or do I finally make the winning move and see what its stats are? Okay, so let's just take a look here and see if I were to get an Ascendant Harmony, what are my chances to get that up to 15? Putrefactions and Calcinations gives me Ascendant Harmony? Purifications. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. So I think it's Strings and Songs and Applebright Euphonies are my... Okay, so with those two, Mazarine Fife is 7. Yeah, I can only see myself getting up to 12. So if I convert the Hail into the harmonies... I suppose the catch there would be I keep the Hail for the harm. Well, actually, yeah, that works. Okay, I think I know roughly what I want to try and do today. So let's start by making an exalted... Or let's start by making music. And I might need a memory for that. Yeah, I need 2 more. I can get that from memory, so we will use Winter for the current time. And I can't remember. I am cataloging the book, so we'll read Apollo and Marsyas for inspiration. Heart Unceasing. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, because it's not a foggy day, I haven't bothered to try and get the Nun. Again, hoping for an ideal combination of weather and visitor is kind of foolish. But I'm basically going to consider this a free day until we see something kind of big to read. I do still want to try and get rid of some of these curses and such, but... Alright, A Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. So this will be super fun to read. It's going to be a piece of cake. So we don't have Arab, which would give us 2 Grail, but we've got Tradisma Hyra, and also Resurgences and Emergences. So that gets us 9. In this case, we really just need 3 more Grail, and to make matters even easier, the Spice Scales will give us 1. So really we just need 2 Grail, and we can get that from reading something like Fekri Zerbery. Sorry, I should read the text more often. If we... oh, hang on. We did read the text for that. I thought it was Apollo and Marsyas. But yeah, so if we read something like Fekri's Herbery, we know we get the 2 Grail. We'll be able to read that right away. But given that we're close to the end of the season, that might mean that we transition into Numa. And I don't want to wind up losing whatever memories come out of that, so I think we're going to save that until I know that I can dedicate everything to leveling up whatever comes in that book, particularly because if it's Grail skill, I don't have any Grail that I can apply, so it might mean that I can only do 1 upgrade a day realistically. Or it might give me a skill that I don't have, and in that case, it's really good news, but like I said, we'll focus on other tasks for now. Alright, Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. So this gives me a memory storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull, which has 2 heart and 2 sky aspects. So that's going to be an input to our beautiful music that we make at Solomon's desk, the Pale Desk, some irony, making a bunch of racket. And an artifact of winter, but there you have it. Alright, craft an Ascendant Harmony. Conjure bright sky music. Strings and songs with scholar level sky, plus an instrument creates an Ascendant Harmony. So we know that we're not going to worry about reading a text right away. This does free me up potentially for removing this, removing the curses. Alternatively, well, I guess I can't get Reverend Timothy because I've already used the Faust, but this might have been a time that I could have upgraded him to... Well, hang on. No, I do need the shot, so... So we'll just wait. We'll make some music, and then I'm going to do one last phase of checking out the various skills before I build something. I think if I can't make a big fancy... if I can't make something big and fancy with Sky... I'll settle for at least locking in a couple of, like, just some stats for things like winning moves. I don't think it's terrible to have a day where you just learn how things work. So we're halfway through the day. There we go. Ascendant Harmony, the bright and ringing music which evokes the blue sweep of the lower heavens. So I suppose it doesn't really matter what instrument we do it at, but I feel slightly drawn to the grand piano. Oh, that's right. So I used up my Faust, so I'm short on... Yeah, I didn't really think this through, did I? Alright, well, let's see how far we can push it. Need an element of the soul. Okay, so that's... we do still have Shapt, so we can do that in an organ. And if I need, I can always regenerate my my Faust, but it'd be nice to avoid that if I can. Let's start with Sights and Sensations. There we go. Deidumos. I'm probably going to wind up making that, but let's see what else we can find. I probably should be actually taking a look at what this stuff gives me. So none of those even had a chance. All right. So the only other thing, I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. The best I can hope for would be... Well, hang on. We do have... We do have the Hermit's Workbench. Now we're still an Element of the Soul down, but that doesn't mean that we can't take advantage of things like the Mazarine Fife, and then maybe we'll be able to add something a little more powerful. I was really hoping that might count, but yeah, Swaddled Thunder is not interested in being an input. So I suppose at minimum I've got one Sky, no, 2 with the Awakened Feather. But I still feel like that's a bit weak. I feel like we should be able to do better. What about Jang? Huh, that doesn't count as a remains. Also called Sanguis Sultandis, or by ignorantly superstitious, true blood of Saint Januarius. I guess I'm ignorantly superstitious. Can't see the witchworms having... Yeah, so I think the best I got here is the Awakened Feather, which is not nothing. But basically I'm stuck with 6. Okay. So that was Sacralamea. I think that's it in terms of, like, we're close, but I basically need to have some kind of a super feather. So slight drawback in the sense that both of these wound up giving me, both of these things wound up giving me the same special item. So I guess the last question would be, is there something special? So normally I was gonna try and figure out what was going on with Edge and see what a winning move would give me. But given the fact that I'm able to create some kind of a keeper level Sky item, I feel like that is the more interesting object. So I'm going to take one more just second here to see what I've got for Edge. Yeah, so sharps were short, but in this case, it's, like, we'll get 5 off of the hail, but that's about all we're gonna get. I didn't take a look at Edict's Marshal. So, but from 6, I'm not quite sure I've got what it takes. Yeah, so I mean, as a starting value, I guess we take... It doesn't really matter what I throw in here. So it could go up to 7, but then... I'm trying to remember what my best edge liquid was. I know it's not that impressive. And then there's the whole question about how I make this all work together, because, well, Moon might work at the dispensary, maybe? No. All right. Well, that's another complication. Maybe it's just not worth it to try. Okay. Ragged Crossroads is a higher level, though. So Edict's Marshals 3, Ragged Crossroads 5. We can go up to 8. Yeah, we should be able to get at least the 10 level out of that. But with what? Because I need to get the second... Yeah, easier said than done. Practic Garden Dummy, but I don't have the Element of the Soul or the memory to... Oh, hang on. Note the old wound sort of helps. I think I'm short. Yeah, if I had Arab, that would have worked. I suspect the Hermit's workbench isn't going to give me anything that I... I guess the last thing I could hope for would be the Foundry. The Cat's Claw should give me the 2, but I don't remember if it's a fuel. Sacre bleu. Okay. And yeah, we already tried with Menescape Reflections and everything. That's fine. That gives me something to work with. So we'll go back with the Ascendant Harmony. We will add Sights and Sensations. So we are 3 short, which is exactly what the Hail gives us. So evoke a chilly sky influence. Sights and Sensations with Keeper level sky plus Ascendant Harmony creates Dedumos. Now, we still have 2 Elements of the Soul left for the day. I know it's been a long journey here, but it's nice to fill in some gaps. Obviously, the more Keeper recipes we get, the closer we get to some big solutions. Now, I did say I was going to try out some Moon stuff, but let's see if maybe... So Auroral Contemplations lets me make a winning move, and I think I just need an edge memory off of that, if I recall correctly. Probably would have been nice to figure that out before I threw away the Hail. But I have an ink that should help. Yeah. So for that, we will read a book that gives me conflict. Sounds like a job for the Wainscot Histories. Now, normally with health, I'd love to be doing something like gardening. It's been a while since I've done that, but in this case, I've been pursuing knowledge. So the keeper level recipes take quite a while to make, so we'll be waiting basically till the end of the day. It's particularly interesting if a memory is like that, because if it doesn't wind up being a persistent memory, then it's one that you need to do first thing, or you don't get it at all. Hey, Sir Winter King. Yeah, I'm over time, and I'm sort of at the point where I've sort of run out of energy, and I'm taking advantage of a rare weather. Well, hail's not that rare, but like it's one of the higher level weather events. But I'm delighted, always delighted to see people from the YouTube channel stop by. So yeah, I mean it's a at this I always I kind of recoil at calling it a challenge run because like the librarian run in Cultist Simulator was a was a challenge run. Like that was me specifically saying I have a thing that I want to do. In fact, that was when Cultist Simulator first came out. There was a gamer bar, and there were some people who got into Cultist Simulator because I was playing it on my laptop. By the way, so if you're a game designer and you wanna get people to buy your game, just have some weirdo play it in a bar, and people will come around and watch. But I sort of I mean I'd been playing through the beta a little bit like Book of Hours, so I I was reasonably comfortable with the game. I don't think I'd gotten an Ascension yet, or maybe I had. Can't remember exactly. But we was throwing around the ideas, and I said, wouldn't it be fun if you did a run where you like take one of all of the books, and you can call that the librarian run. And when they first announced Book of Hours a few years ago, somebody mentioned that I brought that up, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I occasionally I thought about it, but I was like, yeah, I've got other things I can do in Cultist Simulator. But I figured I'd give it a shot, and as it turns out, they changed the game over the course of the time to specifically avoid the duplicates that would have made that run considerably easier. So that wound up becoming an opportunity to learn a bit and see if I knew the game well enough to be able to still achieve that aim, which I did. Although it did carry with it the challenge that I was just shy of the influence I needed to achieve the Ascension victory. So this one here, right? It's not like if it was a challenge run, I probably wouldn't have even committed the Whist. But I can definitely say, between this and the beta, I feel like I have a much better understanding in terms of how all the different interactions work in terms of helping out assistants. So the drawback, of course, is that I'm limited in the number of actions that I can take, and I certainly don't have the strong elements of the soul to be able to do things, better or more directly. And yet, I still think it's kind of fun because in the end, once I take the training wheels off, or I guess put the training wheels on in this case, but like once I remove that restriction, I basically get to do whatever I want, and I think that's going to be kind of fun. Although I will fully admit, like I have absolutely let this run longer than I think some people can stand, and in the end, it's just a taste thing. Although I am pleased that some people are actually trying this style themselves. So. Alright, Rainscott Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the Mansis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and their uncouth gods. Okay, so there's our contradiction that we needed. And we were doing this so we could take Tryst, contradiction, auroral contemplations to craft a winning move. Now, I'm not really going to be using this. This is just so I can actually find out what the stats are. Like I said, sometimes the information is its own reward. And depending on what comes up tomorrow, we may start reading books again. So I've got a Grail text first, and then we're going to try our luck with the Concursum Diaries. And then essentially, whenever I feel like it, we can get Reverend Timothy to bang down another door. Right. The dream of a star is not apparent to the human eye, but its presence, once felt, could not be mistaken for anything else. Oh, wild. No star is permitted upon the earth, but we may cozen them to dream of us, and the dream of a star may take a kind of form which we call daidumos. Just like Cultist Simulator in this game makes you want to be an eclectic librarian dabbling in knowledge and powers not meant for your mind to comprehend. I'm actually hoping to get in touch with some librarians to see what they think of this game. But they needed to fill out a conflict of interest report, so not quite sure when that's going to happen. All right, if you can just give me a second here, I want to record down the result. So I'm happy that's a persistent memory, and 3 knock, 3 lantern, 6 sky, 3. So really I got to think about what special sky things I want to do. And there's a side of me that thinks that the keeper memories are persistent, mostly because they take so long to make. I could be wrong, but the other thing I actually find kind of funny with Sir Winter King is when you're talking about wanting to kind of go off into an occult library and lose yourself. So as a result of some of the reading that I did, both as a result of this game and Cultist Simulator, I've quite literally actually got an occult text that I wanted to take a look at. It should be in the public domain, but nobody seems to have actually put it like online anywhere. So I actually have an occult tome that I need to find from some, alley or something like that. But the thing I also find kind of funny is that when I know people kind of like to have a laugh about how in Book of Hours you'll be like reading multiple books at once, and I mean there's like the photos of the guy reading like 2 books on the subway and stuff like that. But the funny thing is that for a lot of the time over the last little while, I have been referring to a lot of my old textbooks. So normally when I'm sitting at a desk, I've got 3 or 4 of these things open. So what you're describing is I have kind of the reverse version of that, which is I will be doing what are fairly mundane tasks for me. And all of a sudden I'll be realizing that I can represent all of the stuff that I've done in terms of Book of Hours mechanics. Okay. Oh, that's just 3. So basically the winning move is in a class of sort of 3, well, now 2 memories. So there was the winning move, there was the Wormwood Dream, and the Old Moment. And I'm assuming that there's kind of a similar path that these will take, not unlike the music, right? So we got the Daidumos basically by slowly working our way up the various music skills. And I suspect that there will probably be sort of equivalents for things such as, using the winning move as an input and so on. But what I wanted to do first of all was just actually verify what this thing was. So effectively, I can think of this as kind of like a pocket hail. So winning move: those who have studied the Hours of the Edge often say the world is a war, the chorality. Every event that might happen differently is a battle in that war, a contention between alternate outcomes. The wisdoms can sometimes show those battles. Might be won. I do like all the associations with Edge and chess. This is something that's true for Locksmith's Dream as well. So I may need to wrap it up here, but let's see what comes tomorrow. Winter. All right. Let's see what the season brings. All right, another hail day. All right. Well, I mean, I think this would not be a bad time for me to experiment a little bit more with some of the edge stuff then. We went as far as we could with Sky, but I feel like I think at the very least with Auroral Contemplations, we should probably see if there's something exciting we can do with that edge. But oh, it's funny because since playing Cultism, you started following occult publishing accounts on social media. Now that's interesting because like I've never been, I've like, I can wrap up on this actually. So, I'm not really a big occult guy. The one thing I do know, so I know a little bit about Aleister Crowley because like when I was in elementary school, I had somewhat religious parents, so like the problem of course is the forbidden is always interesting, right? So in the school library, there was like this encyclopedia of the occult, and so it, you know, had all of these different entries, and you know, it seemed kind of interesting, right? Like it was a little bit like reading about ancient Egypt and, you know, the strange gods from that and all of that. It's not like I sort of, so I was maybe mildly disappointed that like something didn't leap out of the book and drag me down to hell as my parents had sort of led me to believe. But it was just sort of like I was not familiar with what role playing was, but like eventually it kind of became something that was like it had the same appeal as like fantasy books or, you know, or what would eventually become role playing to me, which was it was just like a good yarn and a whole bunch of neat stuff together. And yet, there's this weird little interaction that I've noticed between Old World, which had a DLC called The Sacred and the Profane, which brought Neoplatonism in. So you've got events involving Ammonius and Plotinus and Hypatia as a character that you can play inside of it. And I did do some classics in university, so in addition to covering Plotinus, my instructor was very good and actually went a bit further, where you get figures like Iamblichus and Proclus, and this is definitely where you start sort of seeing a bit of a blurring of the lines between what you would sort of kind of consider to be ancient philosophy and then religious practice. So for instance, there's like a bunch of these people are sort of arguing with each other of like the role of theurgy and you know, what is, you know, there's a bunch of people who sort of say it is essential that you have some sort of mystical connection because, you know, the good is fundamentally you know, it is not intelligible. It is something that you need to sort of participate in through these effectively religious activities. And again, it's a different angle, but what was so interesting to me was I found out about Stephen McKenna and his translation of Plotinus and how that introduced figures like William Butler Yeats, and in fact a number of people who were also occultists into Plotinus, but also the role that Neoplatonism had in terms of shaping a few different occult traditions. I think, for instance, Rosicrucianism, I think, has a heavy Neoplatonic influence. And then you also have sort of mystics, which is maybe different from the occult, but, you know, people like Hildegard von Bingen, I think, would count as a Neoplatonist, but in addition, you know, a musician and a botanist and just apparently Renaissance woman before the Renaissance. So weirdly enough, and like Stephen McKenna, if you read his biography, it reads like a Cultist Simulator character. It's actually weird how well that lines up. And then of course, you know, Aleister Crowley apparently had a tiff with William Butler Yeats. So all these people wind up sort of all running around and sort of bumping into each other. And so as a consequence, it is, you know, going back to sort of the dawn period for some of the occultist stuff has kind of been the angle that I've wound up taking on it. And yet, I was very interested by JFC Fuller, who is a... I mean, okay, so if you say something like this and you know who JFC Fuller is, this can actually be the leading indicator of an unsavory person. So it's a cautious interest, but he has the dubious distinction of being someone who sort of was this... He's a general, author and a general, British general, and he effectively kind of created the theoretical underpinnings of Blitzkrieg. Like, he really understood the tank and its potential uses. And while his doctrines weren't really picked up by the British Army, they wound up being embraced by Germany. And of course, we know how well that worked for them, at least at the start. But of course, Fuller also had fascist sympathies, so apparently he ended his life thinking the wrong side won the war. I believe he was... I don't know if he met Hitler, but he definitely was friendly with the wrong side. And so again, you know, it's one of these things. If you know, I will actually say I do have one of his books in my library. I found it in a used bookstore, but it's his book on Caesar. But he was an occultist, and so he, I believe, had some kind of a relationship with Aleister Crowley, and there is apparently a book. I don't know if it's a commentary on or exactly what it is, but that is the book, which should be in public domain now. But again, it is, I believe it is something that people have published, but I don't believe anybody has released like the document in terms of like a Creative Commons. Well, I guess it wouldn't be Creative Commons if it's in public domain. I think it's just in public domain, but like there's not a Project Gutenberg or something like for it. And again, I'm not above like spending money for stuff, but it's just, this is a curious little, like, I kind of want to know what he had to say about these people. And likewise, another one that's kind of a weird connection would be a figure like Jack Parsons, who is one of the founding figures of the one of the founding figures of the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So this is God, is it Caltech that hosts it? But anyways, in this case, a literal rocket scientist, but also an occultist. I think he did something like he recited the hymn to Pan as the rocket went up or something like that. So you, a little bit like these games, you have all of these different figures sort of running around, and some of them end quite poorly. And some of them leave behind works to read. So how am I tracking crafting info? I have a huge mess of a Word document. I am very spreadsheet oriented. It's the nth vector. So my spreadsheet, like database administrators would cry looking at what I have here. So effectively, my columns are the skill name, and then I have aspect 1, aspect 2. So aspect 1 winds up being what I call the primary aspect, the higher valued one. So Auroral Contemplations would have aspect 1, Edge would have aspect 2. And then there's 6 columns following, basically Outcome 1, Outcome 2, Scholar 1, Scholar 2, and Keeper 1, Keeper 2. And so effectively here, I can sort by the name, the aspect, and the drawback is because Outcome 1, Outcome 2 are 2 separate ones. If I say, oh, I want to know how to make a winning move, let's say, I actually need to check 2 columns, and that's the part which sort of annoys me. But the drawback is if I put it as like, if I just had the, like if I set it up as something I would do if I was putting it in like Postgres, let's say, it would make it a lot harder for me to navigate. So it's, you know, I made that compromise. But yeah, Word, I can see why Word would be a challenge. I think it was Matrix asked for a copy, so I'm not, the stuff that I've done is not complete by any stretch of the imagination. But if anybody does want the work that I've done so far, it's something I've been maintaining since the beta, so I think some of the names have probably changed, and there might be memories that don't exist anymore. But I don't consider it a secret. I just know that there's community resources that people have already brought up. But yeah, I don't consider any of that stuff a secret. I am, however, going to wrap up for tonight, so sorry to sort of chat so much and then head off, but it is getting quite late, and I actually have some stuff that I need to do, so I'm gonna see if I can figure out what happened with the sort of the lagging that happened when I upgraded, or when I was on the high quality. It's the 11th today, right? Yeah. But I will be back on Wednesday for those of you who are enjoying the playthrough. And let's find somebody to host. Nobody doing... Oh. Oh, Anexes is streaming. Yeah, thank you for the Obsidian recommendation. I wasn't aware of it until people started mentioning it. It's actually exactly the kind of... To give you an idea, I was going to do something with Cultist Simulator, and I was actually wanting to write a program that seems to have a lot of the things that Obsidian does, specifically for some of those features of note-taking. So I was actually really happy to see that as a result of Book of Hours. That's a great recommendation. I haven't downloaded it yet, but I thank you, because that is actually something I would have found very helpful in the past, and it is something that I'm probably going to use. I'm not going to use it for my skills or anything like that, because the spreadsheet format works very well for me here, but overall it's a good one. So I don't have anybody with Book of Hours, but Anexes is playing Cultist Simulator, and they are attempting an Apostle run. So Anexes is actually somebody who got into Cultist Simulator after playing Book of Hours, which I think is interesting in its own right. But they've really taken to the game quite well, and they've been playing it a whole lot. So I hope you all have a good time. They're definitely quite a friendly streamer. And right now, I think they only have one viewer, so I'd love it if some people stuck around and showed some support. Also, I didn't hit the button on time, so there'll be a little bit of a delay. But yeah, as for me, I'll be back Wednesday for more Book of Hours, and Friday, and I am a little bit behind on the YouTube videos, but I'll try and make sure I get the last ones recorded in time. But I'll send the raid off now. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.